Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to get started. Please take your seats. We're going to get started. All right, Madam Clerk, why don't we get started? You can begin with the roll call whenever you're ready.
I have a letter dated February the 10th, 2023. Dear Madam Clerk, pursuant to my authority in section 3-1075 of the Home Rule Charter of the City of New Orleans, there will be a special city council meeting on Thursday, March 2nd, 2023 at 10 a.m. The meeting will be dedicated to the discussion of and the introduction of legislation pertaining to short-term rentals and any other matters that may properly come before the council. Please make the necessary arrangements to have this special meeting cablecast live on the government access television channel and tape for recasting in the future. Sincerely, J.P. Morrell, the New Orleans City Council President. Roll call, Councilmember Thomas, Councilmember Green,
Present.
Councilmember Morrell, Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember King, Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Present.
We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. I want to kind of give a run of show to everyone in the audience and as well as those who are watching as far as what's going to happen today. First, the clerk. Actually, you know what? Sorry. Council Vice President of Personal Privilege before we get started.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. To the members of the public and to the other council members who are here, I wanted to take a moment of personal privilege because we lost a real icon in New Orleans yesterday, someone who was a really dear and true friend to many of us sitting up here on the dais. And I'm talking about Bob Tucker. Bob Tucker passed away suddenly yesterday at the age of 82. This is really a devastating loss for our community, for us up here on the dais, of course, for his family. We want to send our deepest condolences to his family, his daughter, Iam. He was an advisor to mayors, an advisor to council members, an advisor to members of Congress. He was just a tremendously valuable person to the city of New Orleans, and we are deeply, deeply saddened by his loss. And I didn't want to pass up this meeting without bringing that up. And of course, sending our prayers, our thoughts, and our condolences to his family. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So the run of show today. First, the clerk will read the motion on zoning docket 2302 into the record. Next, I will allow each council member to make an introductory comment. After that, I'm going to have the clerk read each of the amendments that will be considered today into the record. After each amendment is read, the sponsoring council member will have a brief opportunity to explain what the amendment does. Once all of the amendments are read and explained, we will move to public comment on the motion and all of the potential amendments at the same time. We will have one round of public comment for this entire legislative package using the usual rules, 2 minutes per speaker and no ceding of time. I urge everyone to be respectful and to conclude at the 2-minute mark. Although our rules typically only allow for 20 minutes of public comment, in this instance, I will allow for 2 hours of public comment unless there's objection. Depending on how much time is utilized in the pro and con categories, if physical speakers present are completed before time is completed, we will then shift to online comment to have those comments read as well into the record. Once comment has concluded, we will vote on the amendments and then on the motion as amended. Depending on the amendments, we may then take a brief recess while the staff finalizes the CTR, the STR, CZO, and court ordinances for introductions on first reading. So just to be clear, there is currently a drafted CZO ordinance and code ordinance. It is reflective of the zoning motion as it's currently constructed. If amendments are adopted that change it, we have to give staff technically a window of time to amend the CZO and the code ordinances, and they will take that time. Once that's done, it will be introduced and the meeting will conclude. Just so that the public is aware, there will be a joint quality of life governmental affairs meeting on the 14th, which will take up and have debate on the CZO and code ordinances. That will also give the public the opportunity in the interim between this meeting and that meeting to review the document that will be introduced today.
Okay.
After that, the final meeting to consider these instruments will be on the
Appreciate it.
23rd of this month.
Thank you.
So there are 2 more meetings after this one. And provided the council indulges me, we will likely have similar exceptional time allocations for individuals to participate in the process. Furthermore, many council members have gotten a tremendous amount of social media input as well as emails. We would please continue to urge the public to interact with us in whichever way you feel comfortable, to let us know your positions and your beliefs on what's going on with these various ordinances so that we can continue to incorporate that information. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, could you actually, let me change that. Madam Clerk, before you read the zoning motion, why don't we do the individual comments and get those out the way? So I will go from right to left. Mr. Green.
I want to thank the members of the public who are here and the members of the public who are watching. I have more comments on 2 amendments that I have submitted for consideration by the council and also by the public. This is certainly a challenging issue. It involves federal legislation. It involves a history that the council has had with with the issue of short-term rentals that goes back even beyond before 2018. New technology has created new industries, if you will. This is one example of that. But I think that with your suggestions that you have made as members of the public and with the deliberations that have taken place with the council, we will make a decision today that may not be the perfect decision and certainly will be challenged, but it'll be one that is responsive to the concerns that we've had from the public. So I look forward to this meeting and also always thank those who invest in our city to and who invest in our communities, our neighborhoods too. Thank you.
Councilmember King.
I look forward to the discussion today. I've had several meetings virtually, in-person neighborhood meetings, and I hear a lot of different opinions about this topic. And I want to thank Councilmember Morrell for making this happen so that we can once again hear from our public and make the best decision moving forward. Thank you.
It can't be legally done. Just study it.
Councilor Moreno, you want to make comments before we start? Okay, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Council President Morrell. Apparently, according to the media, you and I are in a steel cage match fight over STRs, but that's not the case. I think that we both are trying to walk the line of economic development, preserving our neighborhoods and communities, and making sure that our neighborhoods stay neighborhoods. Today, we are addressing residential short-term rentals because of a court-imposed deadline of March 31st. But have no doubt that we will take up the issue of commercial short-term rentals as well, because we need to ensure that we think about these holistically, not just in the residential context, but also in the commercial context, and ultimately the community impact of short-term rentals. I did receive some information from Jane's Place that, for example, says that in Central City, there are 164 permitted short-term rentals, but 521 listings on Airbnb. So certainly, there's an issue of enforcement, but we also need to get these regulations right. And I appreciate all of the community input, the emails, the texts, the phone calls, and the social media posts. Thanks so much.
Councilman Druso.
Thank you, President Morrell. I want to stress the reason why we're here today is because the Fifth Circuit ruled that the homestead exemption that the previous council voted on is unconstitutional. So we now have to reconsider within a very short time frame the rules of the road. To me, there are two primary issues today, and I know city planning can't talk and speak to the first, which is enforcement. Almost every single email I have gotten has spoken about enforcement has to be better. Enforcement has to be more robust, and enforcement has to be more comprehensive. And I see people shaking their heads because I know that has been a problem since this was enacted back in 2017. One of the things I want to do in the code amendments is make sure that the enforcement piece is more publicly facing as we get to that subsequent coming up, so everybody can see what is going on. And as we do budget quarterly reporting, ensure that the public knows what is happening in the STR office, how many adjudications are happening, how these things are being enforced, they can feel it. The other question I think we're confronted with today that there will be a lot of debate about is density. And I know that we look forward to hearing from the public, both those who are here today, from public comment, from our emails, about how we're going to proceed with that. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas, would you like to make comment? Would you like to make comment before we start?
I'm just walking in. I'm smart enough to keep my mouth shut until I know what we're doing. I'm sorry, I was in a meeting, so forgive my tardiness.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Since Councilmember Harris brought it up, I think it's important to address that. Despite the media's attempts to manufacture that the council is involved in some massive fight,
No,
I think that that is completely false, and there's actually no evidence to support that, no matter what the media wants to make of it. But what I will say is this: we have definitive disagreements on policy on this issue. And I don't think, to be clear, that is not because we think anyone's right or wrong on this issue. It's because we've all been in a tremendous amount of neighborhood meetings. We've met with advocates, we've met with stakeholders. And I want to be very clear, because I think it's important to start by saying this. There is absolutely no way to solve this issue in light of the Fifth Circuit decision that's not going to result in pain for somebody, period. There is no solution that this council can do legally that is not going to pick winners and losers, right, and result in somebody being on the losing end of this conversation. It's just not possible. I think when you see policy disagreement, it's all of us trying to figure out ways how we can mitigate that pain while still effectively regulating STRs. And we have had a tremendous amount of debate between all of us. We've had a tremendous amount of conversations with community leaders, and there just isn't any way to resolve this issue without pain. So I want to say that before everybody comes up here. We have read all your emails. We have heard all your comments at every meeting. And if there was an easy solution, we would do it. Unfortunately for us, the Fifth Circuit pretty much eliminated any easy solution. There's no ability for this council to grandfather people in. I've heard that over and over again. You know, why can't you just take the people that have been doing the right thing, keep them in there? The Fifth Circuit eliminated that as an option. We have to craft STR policy for the entire city, and we have to be respectful of everyone's positions. And in light of that Fifth Circuit decision, whatever decision we come up with, is not going to work for everybody. And I think that part of what this council is committed to, and you see it here today, is this is going to be a very lengthy dialogue with the public as we collectively come to a decision. And that's really all we can do at this point. I do want to do 2 points of clarification. One, if you have filled out a card, please do not check all 3 boxes, because we split the comment between information only, for and against. Checking all 3 boxes does not mean you get to speak 3 times. It means I have to arbitrarily put you in a pile. What we're going to do today, for those who didn't know this, we're going to take you up at first on information only. And if you'd like to change your card to pro or con, you can. But if you haven't filled out a card yet, please pick a pile. Second, CPC is going to do a very brief overview of their conclusion and their recommendation. That will not affect public comment time, but I just think it's helpful for them to give us an overview of why they got to where they got. Further, to spare the clerk some voice, since the motion on the zoning docket has been properly advertised and publicly put out there, she does not need to read it. So the slight change of the run of show will be that Mr. Rivers and CPC will do their presentation, and the clerk will go to reading the amendments, which we'll all go over from that point. But otherwise, there'll be no change. And I will occasionally do PSAs throughout the meeting to try and let people, as they know, come in what the rules are today. So Mr. Rivers, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. And really, this is just the formality of us presenting the City Planning Commission recommendations to the council for their consideration. My name is Bob Rivers. I'm the director of the City Planning Commission. Paul Kramer would be the one who would normally do this presentation. He's conveniently on vacation this week. I'm going to turn it over to Laura Bryan, who worked very closely with Paul on the staff report and shepherding it through the City Planning Commission. We are available to you all after her presentation for any questions you may have, and we'll be in the chambers for the rest of the afternoon in case any questions come up, or morning. If any questions come up during the course of your conversations. So, Laura.
This is a request for a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to modify the regulations for short-term rentals to bring them into compliance with the decision of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit and Hignall Stark versus City of New Orleans that deemed the homestead exemption requirement for residential short-term rentals unconstitutional. After much deliberation and public discussion about the issues surrounding residential short-term rentals, the commission ultimately approved the staff's recommendation with some additional modifications. That recommendation, as included in the final staff report, includes the following changes to the regulations: replacing the owner occupancy requirement for residential short-term rentals and bed and breakfast to operator occupancy, consolidating the partial unit, small and large permit types into one non-commercial STR permit limited to 3 guest bedrooms and 6 guests. Changing the use type of residential short-term rentals to a temporary use, which can be issued for a 1-year term, adding a block face limitation for non-commercial short-term rentals of 1 permit per block face, limiting each lot to only 1 non-commercial permit, requiring that both the property owner and the operator be a natural person, limiting the property owner and operator to only 1 non-commercial short-term rental permit, and removing all short-term rental residential uses from the zoning tables, modifying the zoning use permissions for bed and breakfast, make them conditional in all zoning districts where they are currently permitted, and allowing for a future process to be developed that provides a relief valve to the density restriction of 1 per block face. This recommendation comes before you after the commission's 8-1 vote at a special meeting on January 27th.
And again, we're available if you have any questions.
See no questions.
Okay, I will read the amendments into the record now. On page 8, 1C, amendments to motion M2384 by Councilmember Morrell. In number 3, at the end of subsection B, insert the following: for non-commercial short-term rental units, in addition to the permit display requirements, the owner or operator must place a sign measuring at least 2 feet by 2 feet on the front facade of the property or in the front yard of the property, containing the permit number, the contact information for the owner or operator, the permit type, and the bedroom and occupancy limit. The entirety of the 2 feet by 2 feet sign must be visible from the public right-of-way, and all information must be in a legible font that is visible from the public right-of-way. Amendment 2 to motion M 2384 by Councilmember Morrell. In number 2, remove the text in its entirety and insert in lieu the following. In the Article 26 definition of short-term rental, non-commercial, appearing on page 61 of the CPC staff report, delete the following. Each block face is limited to 1 non-commercial short-term rental permit unless an exception is provided herein. Dwelling units located on corner shall be counted toward the block face corresponding to its municipal address as determined by the Department of Safety and Permits. Number 2, in number 4, delete the following. Only 1 accessory bed and breakfast, 1 principal bed and breakfast, or 1 non-commercial short-term rental is permitted per block face, and insert in lieu thereof only 1 accessory bed and breakfast or 1 principal bed and breakfast is permitted per block face. Number 3, in number 5, delete the following. Only 1 accessory bed and breakfast, 1 principal bed and breakfast, or 1 non-commercial short-term rental is permitted per block face, and insert in lieu thereof only 1 accessory bed and breakfast or 1 principal bed and breakfast is permitted per block face. Number 4, delete number 10 in its entirety and insert the following in lieu thereof. 10. In section 21.8.c.18, appearing on page 65 of the CPC staff report, delete subsection M in its entirety and renumber subsequent subsections accordingly. Number 5, in number 12, delete the following. Only 1 accessory bed and breakfast, 1 principal bed and breakfast, or 1 non-commercial short-term rental is permitted per block face, and insert in lieu thereof only 1 accessory bed and breakfast or 1 principal bed and breakfast is permitted per block face. Number 6, after number 12, add a new amendment to read as follows. 13, in section 21.8.c.18, appearing on page 65 of the CPC staff report, delete the subsection N and renumber the subsequent subsections accordingly. Amendment number 3 by Council Members Green, Thomas, and Jeruso. On page 1 of the motion, delete item 2 and insert the following in lieu thereof. 2, in Article 26 definition of short-term rental, non-commercial, appearing on page 61 of the CPC staff report, delete the following. Each block face is limited to 1 non-commercial short-term rental permit unless an exception is provided herein. Dwelling units located on corners shall be counted toward the block face corresponding to its municipal address as determined by the Department of Safety and Permits, and insert the following in lieu thereof. Only 1 lot within each block, inclusive of all lots fronting any exterior boundary of said block, and all interior lots not fronting the public right-of-way may be permitted for use as a non-commercial short-term rental. Number 2, on page 3 of the motion, on the final unnumbered line of item 4, delete the words per block face and insert the words within each city block, inclusive of all lots fronting any exterior boundary of said block and all interior lots not fronting the public right of way. Number 3, on page 4 of the motion, on the final unnumbered line of item 5, delete the words per block face and insert the words within each city block, inclusive of all lots fronting any exterior boundary of said block and all interior lots not fronting the public right of way. Number 4, on page 5 of the motion, on the final unnumbered line of item 10, delete the words per block face and insert the words within each city block, inclusive of all lots fronting any exterior boundary of said block and all interior lots not fronting the public right of way. Number 5, on page 6 of the motion, on the final unnumbered line of item 12, delete the words per block face and insert the words within each city block, inclusive of all lots fronting any exterior boundary of said block and all interior lots not fronting the public right of way. The 4th amendment is by Councilmember Thomas. Number 1, on page 6 of the motion, after Amendment 12, insert the following. 13, in section 21.8.c, appearing on page 65 of the CPC staff report, replace the words 1 with 3 hours in subsection J. Those are all of the amendments. Adam, a question. Should I go ahead and suspend the rules and read motion M 85 into the record now or wait? Councilmember Morrell.
I defer to Adam on that. position.
Okay, all right.
Okay, he said to wait.
Okay. So let's go in order. The First Amendment, which is that mine?
That's the order she read.
Okay.
Yes.
So. All right, Amendment 1. That deals with the signage. For those of you who have been following the STR issue for a very lengthy period of time, we have had the benefit of having many STR sleuths who will go through the process of tracking down who owns an STR unit when the only thing that's required to be posted and is often not posted is the permit itself. This seeks to give clarification that there be a standard of what signage looks like and that the signage is forward facing and easy to read so that if a complaint is generated, the individuals know who to call about who should be on premises or who should be called to immediately address the issue. And further, when they make their complaint to the Safety and Permits Office, who to lodge the complaint against. It's a pretty straightforward amendment. It just defines what the size of that signage would be and where it should be located. That's what that amendment does. So, Second Amendment, the much more popular one, that deals with block face limitations or lack thereof.
Members of the council and members of the public, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals actually included in its decision a suggestion that we consider density limitations as a means to prevent.
Mr. Green, you're out of order.
Oh, I thought you was.
No, I'm the next, I have two amendments.
Sorry.
I was like, I have two amendments.
No, I thought you had one.
I have two amendments.
And it said,
Unless you want
Right.
to, unless you want to do the commentary on this
Oh,
amendment.
well,
No, you don't want to do the commentary on this amendment, trust me. Ladies and gentlemen, I have heard both the calls, both for and against this amendment, and I will tell you that I've been very conflicted. The issue is that this amendment was never meant to be taken up in a vacuum. The only way, obviously, that I would consider something of this magnitude is if I had the assurance that in the code article, there would indeed be a 1-year sunset on all residential STRs. Because of the timing and the nature of how this debate is unfolding, I do not believe that there's any certainty that that would be the case. And that without having the certainty that something of this magnitude would be considered with there being the back end of the 1-year sunset, that it would not be appropriate to take it up in a vacuum. So at this time, I'm happy to have debate on this measure, but I'm not going to move this amendment forward because I can't guarantee that the CZO and the other amendments that follow in the ordinances will contain all the necessary language to make this feasible. Because without a sunset provision, that really would bring the opportunity for both the platforms, safety and permits, and operators to have the sort of Damocles over them for 1 year to see if enforcement is even possible. It's not appropriate to consider it in a vacuum. So at this time, though, I'm sure many people will provide comment on it as well. I'm not moving forward with this amendment. Thank you. Mr. Thomas, you have the next amendment.
Wait, Mr. President, may I ask a point of order question? Just so when we're voting, we'll say Amendment 1 to be voted on, Amendment 2 withdrawn, and then we'll vote on Amendment 3. We're not going to change the numbers, in other words.
No.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm also going to withdraw the hourly amendment. No need to discuss it, withdrawn.
Okay. Mr. Green, you're up.
Very good.
Since the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling, I've had an opportunity to, at the request of neighborhoods, and also at my request to make sure that I had the utmost communications with those residents of the neighborhoods, I've had an opportunity to have many meetings, including a meeting that was attended by over 100 residents just less than 7 days ago. The general opinion of many in District D, who I represent, which includes at least 27 distinct neighborhoods represented by neighborhood associations and the like, whether it be Desire, Florida, the Upper Ninth Ward, Gentilly, Woods, Pontchartrain Park, Bancroft, so many others, north of Allen, Tucson, Lake Oaks, and the like, Gentilly Terrace South, communities that include significant numbers of single-family homes where people invested in their homes because they wanted to be in neighborhoods of single-family homes, where they wanted to have participation by others in neighborhood associations, where they wanted to be around parks that were enjoyed by people who lived in the neighborhoods. I respect their investments, while at the same time, I'll make it clear that I respect those who invested in STRs because of previous pronouncements and previous ordinances put forth by the City Planning Commission and also the City Council. But I represent a community that includes neighborhood associations and neighborhoods that pride themselves on their single-family status, if you will, and also on their ability to gather residents at any time and to have neighbors that they can communicate with. So the court actually suggested density limitations as a means to prevent the overproliferation of short-term rentals. So my amendment proposes limiting licenses to 1 per square as opposed to the CPC's recommendation of 1 per block face. There are thousands of squares already in the city, so we could still have a significant number of STRs, but not a technical definition of overproliferation, if you will, based on this limitation. So this amendment, yes, reduces the availability of licenses. It does prevent clustering in certain neighborhoods and significantly reduces the availability of license in communities where there are no licenses now, because it's important to recognize there are some communities in which there are no licenses at present. I'm very sensitive to short-term rental owners' abilities to supplement their incomes with rising housing costs. I'm also very, very sensitive to the residents and homeowners, their ability to protect what they have invested in and their quality of life, and to prioritize housing for residents and the like. So my amendment is to simply change from the City Planning Commission's recommendation of 1 STR per block face to 1 STR per square. And I look forward to the debate and the opportunity to discuss this with this amendment with the members of the City Planning Commission and also the council. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. That is, I believe, all of the amendments. So at this time, we will begin taking public comment. As I said, there's still some individuals who have multiple boxes checked. And just like I said previously, if you speak on the for info only timetable, you don't get a second bite at the apple when we do opposition or support. If you have checked multiple boxes and you'd like to be put into a particular pile, let me know. But if you checked multiple ones, what I instructed the clerk's office to do was to put you in info only. Further, if you checked no box, you are in the for info only. So first up, we have Jamal Mayberry. Please correct pronunciations if they are incorrect.
Good morning, this is Jamal Mayberry. I just wanted clarity, and I think Councilman Green explained it for us, the one per block. And I wanted to find out exactly how would the council determine the safety and permits, determine who, how does that operate? Because I've actually been complying with the short-term rental since the very beginning. And I don't want to be one of the ones that's phased out. So is it one per block or one per square now?
I believe I can answer that question, and Bob can pop in if I'm incorrect. As the motion is currently structured, is one per block face. Mr. Green, as well as others, have an amendment to make it one per square block, which would mean that if it's one per square block, it would be one not per block or per block face, it'd be one for the entire square block, which if a traditional block is four-sided, it'd be one for that four-sided property designation.
And last question, how would that be determined on who's actually permitted? Like I said, I've been,
I think that'll be contemplated in the code, but based upon the Fifth Circuit decision, and we can talk about that during the code provision, it's likely going to be a lottery system.
okay, I think that's it. And last thing I noticed, and I'm gonna get out your here. I noticed we always talk about affordable housing and things of that issue. And I want y'all to take into consideration the cost of the insurance, homeowners insurance, property taxes, flood insurance. All of my expenses have totally doubled. So with that, if y'all could please take into consideration when making your decision, the rise of cost of everything, it's almost impossible to have anything affordable in the city of New Orleans at this present moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayberry. Next up for information only, we have Layla Griffin.
Good morning, guys. I get a little nervous speaking in public. So, basically just as a comment only, and I don't expect an answer today right now, but as a resident of the Milan Delachaise neighborhood, I live and own in a single family home on Delachaise Street with my young sons. I also rent the space out on some weekends and holidays to be able to make ends meet. I agree with the limiting the number of licenses a property owner can have, maybe by permitting, enforcement of licenses and regulation to protect our city. But limiting by block face or by square block or subject to a lottery to obtain a permit is a severe restriction on my property rights. Creating zoning areas.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't mean to.
You're one of the pioneers speaking, so that can express the rules as you come up. So ladies and gentlemen, I would prefer, if possible, to restrain yourself from the clapping and applauding, because what will happen is each side will just get louder trying to out clap and cheer each other, and it will just spiral into kind of a bad rock concert. So if we could allow people to speak and get through their time. I'm sorry to interrupt your time as you're speaking, but I think it will allow everyone the opportunity to make sure they're allowed to speak, because when you clap and you cheer, you're actually taking away their speaking time. So continue, ma'am.
So creating zoning areas to prohibit short-term rentals is another, what I feel is a severe restriction for me as a property owner. People like me who live on the premise do not have an impact on affordable housing, because if I was not Airbnb-ing my property, I would not have a long-term tenant. Without being able to short-term rent my property, I would not be able to afford to live in New Orleans. Affordable housing is impacted more by the commercial short-term rentals that do not seem to contend with the strict restrictions on property. And this supplementation to my income, it's become necessary due to rising taxes, as you guys know, insurance, inflation, and the cost of raising children in New Orleans. along with the cost of living, requires a single mother like me to think creatively to provide for my family. And I do value a single family home neighborhood, but we are doing the best with what we can afford. I encourage you guys to think creatively to support the residents, just like I have to think creatively to rely on the short-term rentals of my short-term rental of my personal residence. So my question is not that it's going to be answered right now, but just considering, how do you intend to protect our neighborhood as a single family, but also the homeowners like me who rely on this income to even stay in this city with my family?
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Next up, we have Romy LaCour. Or Rami LaCour, please, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize in advance. Please correct me.
Hello, it's Romy LaCour. I'm here representing Housing NOLA and the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance, and we just have a few recommendations for changes and additions to the STR regulations for small multifamily development projects to
Can
allow.
you speak up a little bit? I'm having trouble hearing you. Thank you.
Okay. For small
Much better.
multifamily development projects to allow short-term rental units at no more than a 1-to-1 ratio to long-term affordable units. So for a fourplex, no more than 2 out of 4. No conversions of whole homes, apartments, or blighted properties into short-term rentals. Citywide short-term rental density cap rather than a density restriction by block or block face, and increased penalty fines as a consequence of operating short-term rentals without a license. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ryan Hamilton. Come on up, unless you'd like to. It seems from your way your card is structured, you might want to come up and support because but feel free to come up now if that's what you so choose. Mr. Hamilton, going once, going twice. Okay. Next up, we have Lauren Anderson.
Good morning.
Morning.
Some of the council members know me for my decades-long work in our community in support of and developing affordable housing. So it feels a little weird sometimes to acknowledge that I am a short-term rental operator. But the reality is I have a double. I am trying to be retired, and we know the realities of the cost of owning a home in New Orleans. The cost of insurance has almost driven me out of the city. So I acknowledge the dilemma and the work that the council has done to strike an appropriate balance between providing economic opportunities for homeowners like myself, preserving affordable housing, and preserving the character of our neighborhoods. I am concerned about the potential arbitrariness of a lottery, especially if we go from block face to full block. And I have a few specific concerns with the amendments. The first is Councilman Thomas, Amendment 4, about response time.
He's withdrawn.
It's gone?
It's withdrawn, ma'am.
Okay, so I don't have to remain in my house 24/7 if I have a guest. Okay, thank you. The signage.
No, now you do. But my amendment would have given you some leeway so that you could have time to go to the groceries or go do something with your family. So, but my amendment didn't have the votes, so I removed my amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Now you got to be there.
Okay. I will shackle myself to the house. My other concern, and that's a real safety concern, is with the signage. I am a single older woman. Having a sign on the front of my house that's 2 feet by 2 feet with my name, phone number, and email address makes that accessible to every perp out there. I understand the necessity of making us available. I would urge you to think of a way of doing that that does not put the safety of individuals at harm. I mean, I just can't imagine people being able to walk down my block and say, oh, let me call Lauren. Here's her number. So that's a real concern to me. And that could almost cause me to rethink, well, I guess it would have to cause me to get some tech advice on how I could create an alias to comply, but not put my personal information out in the public. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have, I think this is Justin Vitron, but or Viton. Please correct my pronunciation. As I said, I apologize in advance.
Hello, my name is Justin Vidito. First, I want to thank all of y'all. I know y'all have been working overtime to try to fix this problem. Really, really appreciate it. I do not envy you that task. I know it's super difficult. The inclusion of block face density restrictions, in my opinion, is an addition that unfairly taxes locals who are homeowners that live on the property that are trying to make a little extra scratch. I live in a single family home. We have a guest bedroom for our family and friends that come to visit. During peak season, we make a little extra, renting it out as an Airbnb. I understand that this is to try to, improve the, long-term rentals, but this would not affect that at all. To make it a toss-up between us and the two other people, that have STRs on the street wouldn't actually add any long-term rental property to the block. It would just cut into the bit that we rely on from that extra income. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Viditon. All right, got that one. Next up, Miss Reed, please. Veronica Reed.
Good morning. My name is Veronica Reed. I'm the Executive Director of Jane Place Neighborhood Sustainability Initiative. We are in support of a ban of short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. And the reason why is that, look, you guys were elected by the residents of New Orleans who live in neighborhoods in New Orleans. They are thousands more people than these couple of thousand folks who currently legally operate short-term rentals. You're here to craft policies and make decisions in the best interests of those residents and those neighborhoods. And the thing is that the decision that you guys make on this issue has the potential to impact what this city looks like for decades to come. And having to make one decision and say, oh, well, next year or 2 years from now, we'll make another decision, you'll just have more people here saying, you're going to destroy my livelihood. I say take this opportunity to make a strong stance on behalf of the city of New Orleans and its residents and its neighborhoods, and choose us instead of outside actors who want to literally push us all to other parishes or other parts of the state. So please think hard and long about the decision you make. And I hope that you make the decision that's on the right side of the history of New Orleans and not the wrong side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Point of clarification was brought to, not for you, ma'am, but for our attorney. When you come up, please be sure to say your address and that you are not a paid actor. As y'all know, that is a holdover from our wonderful Entergy situation with the gas plant. So come up, please state your address, say whether or not you're a paid actor. Thank you. Next, we have Karen, I think this is Lodrig. If I, like I said, mispronounce your name, please correct me.
Good morning. My name is Karen Lodrig. I reside at 5423 Seminary Place, New Orleans, Louisiana, in Pontchartrain Park. I had an info card. I also have a comment card. So I hope that will not.
If you probably should do both now because you're not going to get a second bite.
I wanted a clarification on block face because to me, I want to know if that means from corner to corner, or I live in the 5400 block, Seminary Place. the 53 and 5200 block are all contiguous together.
Right.
That mean that all that big, long 15 houses as opposed to 15, as opposed to the six.
Mr. Rivers, you might need to come answer that question. So I think it's probably a question many have, which is
I don't understand
because
that.
in New Orleans, Adam, well, actually, Adam can do it. All right, Adam, go ahead and define that for us.
My understanding is right of way to right of way, not hundreds of blocks. So if you have 15 houses, one. If you have 3, 1.
Okay, so a roadway has to divide it, where there are places where there are no roadways.
It's one continuous block.
That's, and the other side does have blocks, but anyway.
Right.
I guess you all will figure that out. And also the same with square face. Same thing, big old 30, 40, 50 houses could be part of that square face. I think that's a little bit, that's totally unfair. I live in a neighborhood. I am a homeowner in my neighborhood, historic Black neighborhood. I do appreciate the fact that I got a chance to speak with Councilman Morrell personally on a one-on-one basis. He had a meeting. I appreciate that. I would like to have had a meeting, just, my area, but I just for the reasons that people have mentioned, I need to have additional income. I retired now, thought it would work. It didn't. I've had this opportunity. I'm a 5-star short-term rental owner. And because of insurance, taxes, the whole thing, additional income is needed. And I am a very good short-term rental owner and operator. So I have real concerns about how you're going to figure that. I'm the only one on my block. I wasn't at one time, but now I am. But I would hate to think if someone else needed that they could not get that opportunity. 24/7, do I have to be at the house 24/7? Is that correct?
No, the way it reads is that you have to be able to respond to a complaint at the house within an hour.
Okay.
That is the way it reads.
Thank you. The other thing is, I'm sorry, I can't read my handwriting. Okay, I will just go into the signs. I have a real concern, just as someone else mentioned, that I do live in home most times by myself. I don't know what the purpose of placing a large sign on the STR in the yard when guests are staying there. Residential STRs do not need to be singled out by placing a large sign in their yard. I feel this is not safe for guests who may have small children, nor is it safe for hosts, me. My STR is booked online and not by riding through the neighborhood looking for a place to stay, and I wish it to remain that type of booking. We become a target for scammers and other criminals looking for a way into our homes. My neighbors know I operate an STR and I trust them, but I do not want to have to worry about that criminals will know the comings and goings inside my home. When I put up a sign advertising what is happening inside my home, this gives perpetrators of crime additional information about my household that they do not need to know. Perhaps they think I collect money, or perhaps they will watch my home stalking the comings and goings of my guests. Since I've been operating, thank God I have not had anything happen to my guests since I have been operating since 2017. And with the crimes happening in the city and in my neighborhood, Pontchartrain Park, not only do I pray for my safety, but I am always
Okay.
grateful that my guests.
Ma'am, you're in excess of your 2 minutes.
Okay, that my guests have not encountered this evil facet of New Orleans. So please, safety first on that account.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Next, we have Charles Marsala.
Thank you, Councilman. It's Charles Marsala, 231 North Roadway. I'm not paid by anybody to be here. Obviously, short-term rental ordinances are a challenge for the council. Thank you for your time on this matter. I attended one of Councilmember Green's Civic Association meetings, and I agree with him. Applying the short-term rental comments from that meeting to West End Lakeshore Park is something that I wanted to address with you. I sent you emails today with images and videos. In 2015, 3 acres of our park were rezoned to mixed use. And in April 2022 Harbor meeting, a newly appointed commissioner supported 11 short-term rentals in the proposed development of West End Park. I'm asking you to return those 3 acres to park zoning so we don't have to waste years of this struggle that you're having now on trying to protect our park, a bird sanctuary, and a pelican colony that are located in the 20 acres of West End Park. There are 3-to-1 matching federal funds available right now for park projects on our lake. We have not applied for them and they're about ready to expire. We lose them every year, $10 million in opportunity. Next week, there are meetings on improving our parks. None of those meetings are located near City Park or West End Park where our residents can attend. Currently, our park is protected by Louisiana Act 209 of 1906, which restricts the use to a public park or an amusement park. There is not enough infrastructure to support the talked about project going on in West End Park. And a regional planning commission concluded that the area is saturated with restaurants. The city could be burdened with the next Uptown Village or Plaza Shopping Center if you continue with this. So I'd like to see you guys put this specifically on a future agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marcella. Last up on info only, we have Mr. Donald Van Loo. If I'm mispronouncing that, please correct me.
Donald Van Loo, 3400 Napoleon Avenue in Broadmoor, 70125. Just a quick question. What will happen to existing reservations that will come after March 31st?
Well, there'll be two issues. I think it depends on the time, and Adam or Bob might be able to weigh on this. So the issue is, due to the Fifth Circuit decision, we have to come up with a new zoning mechanism by March 31st. In conversations we had with safety and permits, there will likely be a lag time between when we fully create these ordinances and when they're implemented. When safety and permits interacts with us, we'll enact a start date. And however long it takes for safety and permits to come online to process and begin that process, that is when those permits will likely expire. So there is certainly a possibility that everyone, including the plaintiffs who also have permits now, will be able to have an additional month or 2 or 3, depending on how long it takes safety and permits to come up with the regs to switch over. But if you have reservations beyond that period, they would likely be invalid. You'd have to figure out how to refund that money or something else. Because logistically speaking, since the Fifth Circuit decision and since the platforms were made aware that there was a potentiality that all permits went on the 31st, booking beyond that period was a risk. So that's the straightforward answer that I can give you. You might, like I said, there might be a period while safety and permits gets their situation online where the existing holders would have an additional period till that came online to be replaced, but it's unlikely that would be beyond a few months.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, that was the last info only. Next up, we have the cards that are in support of the ordinance or specific amendments and would like to speak. First up, we have Mr. Jones. Daiquiri Jones? Sorry, Daiquiri Jones. You're Daiquiri Jones? Okay, Daiquiri Jones is the next person up. There's a lot of Jones. I apologize for saying only last names. Daiquiri Jones. I apologize. Daiquiri Jones is up first. There's multiple Joneses. I'm probably gonna get some Smiths in here, and I'll make sure to say first names. I apologize. Mr. Jones.
Hi, sorry, I wasn't expecting to speak early. My name is Daiquiri Jones. I stay at 2406 St. Rock Avenue. I'm not a paid actor, though I am employed by Jane Place. So I assume that you've all seen the fact sheets that we put out. I know that across a lot of the meetings that we've had, a lot of people have spoken up. But 85% of short-term rentals are whole home rentals. You know, I don't think that qualifies as making ends meet. Like over 60% of STR owners have more than one listing. You know, I think that a lot of the people that you see obviously are such a small minority of STR operators. I think it's like 12.5 or 12.8% of STR operators. I just have a private room available. So we're talking about a largely illegal enterprise. I know we talk a lot about crime in the city, but when you have thousands of illegal STRs, in fact, more illegal STRs than legal STRs, I mean, how can you talk about crime when you have this blatant theft of housing? If you took the 85% of whole home STRs, you could house up to 20,000 people in the city. I mean, when you have a housing crisis, I mean, I know there's an enforcement issue, right? I know that's a problem. But I don't think that you should sacrifice basically housing in the city and erring on the side of Airbnb when Airbnb and other STR platforms aren't able to stop, their own users from having illegal STRs. I mean, the platform should be held responsible. I think that I'm in favor of the square block restriction, but I think that's the minimum. Honestly, I would be happy to see it all banned until either the platforms or city council can prove that this situation wouldn't happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next up, I have Morgan Shannon.
Hello, I'm Morgan Shannon, 1708 La Harpe. I'm also representing Power Coalition, not a paid actor. I'll be brief. When we are enacting things, we should be centering those at the margin of the margins and not, that's what equity is, and not a small percent of the population. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Julie Jones. I apologize, Dr. Jones, for not clarifying which Jones it was.
Okay, I am Julie Jones. I am the president of
pull it
Neighborhoods First for Bywater. I live at 827 Louisa Street. I support Council Members Green, Thomas, and Jerusso's amendment providing for a density cap of 1 per square. This should include all transient housing, commercial, non-commercial, whichever kind. At present, there are 60 legal STRs in Bywater. 1 per block face would represent a huge increase to 334, from 60 to 334 STRs in the neighborhood. Please don't do this. We are already suffering from a loss of neighborhood character and an increase in crime because we don't know half the people in the neighborhood now. And I think STRs do promote, not that the guests necessarily of criminals, I don't think they are, but there are people all over we don't know. We don't know what's going on anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Next up, Margaret Walker.
Hello, I'm Margaret Walker. I live 1526 Pog.
You lean towards the mic.
I'm Margaret Walker and I
Thank
live at 1526 Pogger Street in the middle of Airbnbville. I did write this last night, so I kind of made some comments, but I think it does follow through on everything else. I recall those days when we stood around the city maps figuring out the zoning. We did residential zones, commercial zones, and on. But I don't understand why we bother to do this if we're putting commercial properties in the middle of residential neighborhoods. What was the point of all that? Then the no density limits. The big investors will have a heyday with working to turn residential properties into commercial ones. I know of 2 already that are in the works. There are more short-term rentals per capita in New Orleans than there are in New York City, Chicago, and LA. Why is it that these cities and others can control the short-term rentals and the investors from taking over their cities when we cannot? We know these guys here are not the problem. They're individuals and the ones that are speaking today. These people will find that their market's flooded with STRs with no density limits and will not be able to rent theirs. We know the short-term rental office cannot handle enforcement. There's 400 illegal properties advertising on Airbnb in my neighborhood now, which have no permits. Who's going to report them if nobody lives on that block or those who live on the block are already doing it? Everyone knows that the short-term rentals destroy cities, and that's what we're working for. I do agree with the 1 per square block. I actually have 8 houses on our block, 4 on one side, 4 on the other. So that would take 2 into short-term rentals if we decide to move that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Next up, we have Richard Pollock.
Thank you. My name is Richard Pollock. I live at 1526 Pogger Street. Lived there for 15 years. I know that today is mostly about residential short-term rentals. But I just want to go on a record to say that there's no such thing as a commercial short-term rental. It's a hotel and it should be licensed and monitored and fined and taxed like like any other commercial enterprise. But with respect to the residential side, all of this really depends on enforcement, which is been extremely lax. And it's hard to do, I know, but effective enforcement begins before the license is even issued. So before a license is issued for a residential STR, that property should be inspected. The only residence piece of it should be inspected. The people who are putting their names on the listing, those people should have to do it at the site. Okay. The second thing is, as it's been said before, we're seeing a huge increase in people getting spot zoning for commercial properties right in the middle of residential properties and then turning them into commercial STRs. You really need to stop that. That is not fair. And it's a violation of the spirit of what we're trying to do here. The other thing is that what we're also seeing is, I know that there's a limitation of one per natural person, but the problem we're seeing is a lot of people are going out and they're having their whole family in on the game. And so the husband gets one, and the wife gets one, and they put one in the family's, in the kid's name and in the other kid's name. And this is happening all over the city. So if it's possible, it should be one per family if you're trying to stay within what you're trying to actually do, which is to limit this to people who claim that they need the income for their personal family. The other thing is that the owner should have to live on site. This idea that they can be anywhere and then, you just call them within an hour and they come on over. That's not even the spirit of what we're trying to do. We're trying not to have parties at 3 o'clock in the morning instead of having to call people at 3 o'clock in the morning. And if you don't have this restriction that the owner has to live there, then the whole ban that you're trying to put on no whole house rentals is an absolute farce, and it will not work. Okay, that's the game. The big problem with the short-term rentals, again, is not somebody who's renting out one unit in their house to somebody. It's the whole house rentals, and there's absolutely no way you're going to be able to control that if you have this loophole that people don't have to live on the site. The other thing is, inspection should be available 24/7, specifically at night, specifically late at night. It does no good to send an inspector to somebody's STR 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday. That's not when it's happening. It's happening 2 o'clock in the morning every single Friday and Saturday and
This is
Sunday.
on you over time, so you could finish up, sorry.
Yeah, and the last thing is that the platforms themselves should be held responsible, and they should be fined for whatever happens on their site. They have bigger budgets in the city of New Orleans, and don't let them tell you that they can't monitor what's going on in their sites. If they're facilitating a crime, whether it's robbing a liquor store, operating a short-term rental, they should be held responsible and they should be fined, just like the operator is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Aaron Holmes.
Good morning, council members. My name is Erin Holmes. I'm the Executive Director of the View Cray Property Owners, Residents, and Associates at 816 North Rampart. I am not a paid actor. I am a paid professional by that organization. We support the original motion with the amendments, in particular, including the accessory bed and breakfast in the whichever density cap is decided on, closes that loophole that allows for convenient permits switching, one per owner, one per operator, both being a natural person. It's not a perfect silver bullet, but it is a vast improvement. Keep the large investment companies from converting our neighborhoods to hotel zones. I want to thank Councilmember Green for your amendment for capping the short-term rentals to one per square. As the incredible data that Jane Place has shown, one per block face allows even more short-term rentals that are currently operating, including the 75% of them which are operating illegally. Federal ruling aside, we're here because enforcement efforts have failed us. That is what is driving this fever pitch, because so many have been negatively impacted from the over proliferation. And ironically, it was the large scale investors that undid the homestead exemption. I want to thank Councilmember Giarrusso for committing to more public facing enforcement. There's a lot of room for improvement there, but we can fix things quicker Instead of a slap on the wrist of $500 per violation after months of reset adjudications, you can impose a penalty system that suspends short-term rental activity on the property, not fining the owner for a significant period of time, suggested 5 to 10 years. Thank you so much for listening today. We know that your hearts are in the right place. Protect our neighborhoods.
Thank you. Max Cadillo.
Thank you, council members. Maxwell Chardula, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, 1340 Poydras. I want to thank you for all of your work to respond to this court decision and show short-term rental speculators that suing your way into more lax regulations won't fly here. I want to especially thank council members Green and co-sponsors Thomas and Giarrusso for the 1 per square block proposal, which would finally relieve some of the pressure on our neighborhoods. The vast majority of New Orleanians have your back on that proposal, even if they can't take time off in the middle of the day to be here, the way that many short-term rental operators can. And so I hope that the rest of your colleagues will join you in that. We'd still like to see a ban on whole home short-term rentals in all of our neighborhoods, because like Councilmember Green said, we want neighbors that we can rely on. People who you can ask to watch your home when you're away, water your plants, give you a ride when your car floods, not land speculators who buy up properties above asking price, raise our taxes, and evict our neighbors, all to make way for bachelor parties and out-of-towners who don't respect our neighborhoods. And yes, even the people who have followed the rules have contributed to rising prices, evictions, and quality of life concerns. The good news for them is that if you own an entire extra apartment, 1, you're doing better than the vast majority of us here in the city. And 2, you can bring in quite a lot of income right now renting to actual New Orleanians because rents have skyrocketed in the past couple of years. So again, Councilmember Green's amendments are a good compromise to start with. We still obviously have a lot more work to do to ensure enforcement and tackle short-term rentals in commercial zones. But on this first issue, if you listen to your constituents, this is an easy vote. We're tired of a city that prioritizes tourism and the small number of people who profit off of it over the hundreds of thousands of residents who live here and are just trying to keep our heads above water. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bowden, you have here support, but when I read the context, I think you might be in opposition. But I'll give you the opportunity to make the determination yourself. Mr. Bowden, you're out. Okay. I'll put you in opposition because when I read your card, I think you want to be in opposition. If you'd like, you can come up either side. You just can't come up both sides. So you can pick where you want to be. You get up once. Right.
You can't be political today.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters what you check. Because everybody has different opinions. My name is Brett Baudin. I'm at 1133 Governor Nichols Street. I'm from South Louisiana. I moved back to Louisiana 11 years ago when I bought the property. I turned 62 last year. This is my retirement. I have a short-term rental. I live on the property 100% of the time. When I don't have, and I just received another permit 2 weeks ago. So that has a year out date. But anyway, paid $500 for it. I've had permits ever since. So yeah, true. 2 weeks ago. Am I going to get refunded if I can't do anything?
You need to get refunded. We'll have that.
And then,
we'll have that
I know quite a few people that have been, so.
Why don't we do another one of my multiple PSAs? If you've just renewed your permit and you have been charged the full price by Safety and Permits, please contact our office. We'll resolve it. There you go.
All right.
Add to the PSA list.
Yes. All right. So I do this. This is my retirement plan. I invested in a property and spent a big chunk of my retirement money to refurbish the property, an 1837 house. And I'm on property all the time. I would be there right now if I wasn't here. If I go on vacation, I don't have guests. I shut it down. I don't rent all the time. I have family and friends from South Louisiana that love to come to New Orleans and stay for free at Brett's house. And I do that too. So this is what I want to do. I'm the only one on my block face right now, other than the commercial property that is on one side and all that kind of good stuff. I love my neighborhood. I love my neighbors. And I'm there all the time. Me and my friend across the street, we're the ones that clean the property up. The commercial properties where the owners don't exist, guess who's the one that's cleaning the property and in front of their properties after hurricanes and after Mardi Gras and everything else? It's me and my friend. We do the whole block by ourselves. And that's it. So just protect the people that live in the house 100% of the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside.
Mr. Burnside has a problem. His brain works. This is going to come out of nowhere, but do everybody, oh, Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I'm not paid and I am here. Good point. I will send an email separately. So here's the deal. On amendment 1, say yes to the signs because all the bed and breakfasts have signs. The next thing is in amendment 3, I stand here and say no, because I was caught by surprise. If I'd had a couple of weeks to think about it, I might have said yes. As far as 7E goes, thank you for the sanitation plan. A lot of the STRs have a lot of adults coming and going and partying, and they need more trash cans than those of us who don't party and don't have a lot of adults by it. As far as the operator, I flip over to the back and it says something about 9 months from now, somebody's going to report the status and make some suggestions. I would suggest that the operator have some kind of license and have some kind of ongoing educational requirements so that when the rules change, the people sort of know that the rules have changed. As far as fees go, I'm not in favor of fees. I prefer a 1-to-1 and not just for commercial properties, because some residential properties are very large and some residential properties have more than one building on them. And it becomes a little bit of a game, right? How many buildings are on a lot of record? And yeah, it gets really hard, really, really fast. But rather than fees, I prefer an actual spot for a person to live, sometimes maybe called a long-term rental, sometimes maybe called a affordable housing unit. But whatever it's called, I don't think the money that we're getting from our taxing of the short-term rentals is being used in a way that any of us understand and can comprehend. And where it went, we don't know. And that will happen always with money. Whereas if there's a physical thing there, like a sign, it's sort of hard to ignore.
Mr. Burnside, you're at time, but you can finish up.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. You guys take care.
Thank you, Mr. Lott, Nathan Lott.
Yes, good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. Thank you for doing this special hearing and making so much effort to hear from the public. My name's Nathan Lott. I'm here on behalf of Preservation Resource Center 923 Tchoupitoulas. Our mission is to preserve New Orleans architecture, neighborhoods, and cultural identity. So since this issue reemerged, we've been in conversation with housing advocates, with neighborhood associations, with hoteliers and developers to try and wrap our heads around it. Some of the sort of facts and fundamentals that we've learned: 89.7% of Airbnb listings are for whole housing units. That's a house, a condo, or an apartment. That tells me there's a market demand for this type of hospitality lodging. It's not going away. We need to manage it. But it also tells me that there's an undeniable impact on long-term rentals and traditional housing. The 2,340 STR permits of all types, commercial and residential, currently in the city account for just 60% of the 3,839 Airbnb listings that were rented within the last 6 months. So almost half of the STRs operating in our city are doing so illegally currently. And finally, as the judge's ruling made clear, any STR is a business, and that's legal grounds for you to regulate or even ban them through land use and zoning. It's also legal grounds to hold them to the same standards you would of other businesses regarding life safety, ADA compliance, litter removal, noise abatement, et cetera. So our recommendations to you today: we like the City Planning Commission's suggestion for 1 residential STR per 1 real person. We think that's the best way to achieve what were the goals in 2019, protect our mom and pops, while also creating a measure of accountability, because my name is on that permit hopefully I feel some obligation to do the right thing and manage it well. Secondly, we think density limits are crucial to protecting quality of life. We supported 1 per city square at the City Planning Commission. So we thank you for that amendment, Mr. Green. And we think that's still the right number in our historic core neighborhoods. It equates closely to the legal number of STRs that we currently have. So if you choose to go with 1 per block face, I would strongly encourage you to look at some sort of aggregate cap, especially in those neighborhoods like Treme, Marigny, Central City,
That's your
Lafayette
time.
Square.
Thank you.
Very much.
All right, next is Shalice Green, followed by Willard Doucette.
Hi, thank you, council members. My name is
Good
Shalice
morning.
Green. I live at 1628 North Broad, and I'm not a paid actor. I'm a resident of the city. I may be against, the cards are confusing, but I signed up for because I'm actually for regulation. I don't have a problem with it. I do have an issue with some of the suggestions that have been made. Number one, the 2 by 2 foot yard sign. It's actually a privacy risk. It's a safety issue, and it's a security risk for hosts and anyone else living on the property. My mother, who's, almost 80 years old, lives with me. People in the city clearly don't like Airbnbs, and it actually puts her more at risk by me doing this and having a sign out there stating this is an Airbnb is just, asking for crimes of opportunity and people to target my house. It also makes it, for guests, it's a potential target for crimes of opportunity, and non-commercial STRs are not open to the general public. I don't just willingly invite anyone to my property. You have to be invited. They have to book it. As of right now, just so you know, there's currently an entire Instagram account that is posting Airbnbs and the permit name, email address, phone numbers, but they're not stating who they are. So they're actually putting us more at risk by having that information out there. I wanted to offer an alternative, not just tell you what I don't like. And that would either be to come up with an emblem program with a QR code for enforcement, where someone can walk up there and get the information on their phone, or to actually contact each neighbor and give them our information so that if there's an issue, they can contact us directly. I live on my property. I'm the owner operator, and I'm reachable at any time. I don't sleep, basically. As far as the operator having to live on the premises, and this is for other people, I live on my property, but I don't know about necessarily having to live on the premises. Like if God forbid, I end up in the hospital or something, why can I not have a co-host that lives locally that is still able to handle, that is reachable within an hour or can respond? I feel like I'm kind of being limited to say, if I can't do this, then no one can. I think we should kind of have an option to have a co-host, even if I'm living and operating on my property. Why can't I have somebody as a co-host help me out from time to time? And the owner being a natural person, I understand what you're trying to do with the no LLCs or trust or corporation, but putting your home in a trust is actually a lot of protection in an LLC. I don't understand why you can't do, my house is in my name, but why couldn't you allow a natural person within the trust or LLC to be on the owner, to be listed as the owner? And then that way you can say, this is the trust, this is the LLC, and only one owner within whatever that trust or LLC is able to get a permit. So it still keeps it down to 1 permit per owner, per operator. And then the only other thing is limiting. I don't agree with the 1 per block face. I don't agree with the 1 per block. You're pitting neighbor against neighbor. And I'm deep into cannabis regulation. So, severe restriction and regulations leads to illicit acts. And that is exactly what you have now in the French Quarter. We were just looking at a property over there the other day, and the guy was telling me most of the properties around here, they do Airbnb illegally, right? Even my tenants, prior to me having to rehab the house, they were doing Airbnb illegally by just telling their friends to come in and get home. I actually went legal by, their lease being up and then registering myself. But there are a lot of people out here that just rent their, if they're out of town, they contact their friend and their friend pays them to stay at the home. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Next up, we have, I think this is Michael Duplanche. What's that? Oh, you did, wait, what's that? Okay, I'm sorry. There was an error where we thought Mr. Duplantier had already spoken, Mr. Willett. I'm sorry. He had not spoken yet.
I was one of those that checked off 2 boxes. I'm here representing Louisiana Landmark Society this morning. Sandra Stokes, our chairman of advocacy, could not be here. We submitted, the association did on February 22nd, about a week ago, a very detailed and very extensive comment on everything that the council was considering. Obviously went far beyond what's before the council today. Our preference, I think it was expressed in those comments, would be for, frankly, a ban, a residential ban on STR in this city. I don't doubt the sincerity of people speaking in favor of STR, but the reality is it's essentially a commercial venture in a residential neighborhood. It simply should not be there. And we realize that a ban may not be legally or politically supportable, but we would urge and continue to urge support for the most restrictive regime available for both permitting and management of the industry, most notably and importantly as to the density allowance. Obviously, Councilman Green, we support your amendment, 1 per square, much better than 1 per block face. We would want to make a point, I don't know that it has been made before, but that restricted allowance, but whatever reason, this does not seem to be working, would not extend to the neighborhoods that are already fully protected under the ordinance. And due consideration should be provided to extending those protections to other historic neighborhoods that are finding themselves to be most impacted by this enterprise. We also support all the other administrative and operational restrictions that are consistent with the overall position of safeguarding our community from what I think is, and our organization believes, is an unwanted commercial intrusion into residential neighborhoods. We appreciate, we really do, your zealous attention to this issue, the court order notwithstanding, and we look forward to working with you over the next several months with regard to this, all of the issues involving short-term rental, including commercial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We may need someone from staff to come up there and fix the mic, because apparently it's not working. Until then, Mr. Doucette, you mind holding it up while they figure out how to get it working? Well, we got somebody coming to try and resolve the issue. Sorry about that.
That's good. I got it.
Why don't we just have, for the time being, everybody just hold the mic. Go ahead, Mr. Doucette. Apologize.
Good morning. My name is Willard Doucette. I live at 1625 Milton Street. And so I had been to Councilman Morell's town meeting that he had, and a lot of good ideas were discussed. I'm in favor of regulating STRs, but as I read everything that all the amendments, the motions, it's squeezing the life out of STR owners. And so it's really like either we're going to have STRs in the city or not. And so to me, we need to have something that's fair and equitable for everybody. I understand people want to preserve their neighborhoods, and so do I. I also rent to tenants in the city as well. So I understand both sides of the issue. The real issue is that I don't think squeezing the STRs out will really give us the impact on affordable housing. Affordable housing is another issue. And with the price of everything, if you're a landlord and you're paying $8,000 in insurance every year and the property taxes, you're not really going to be able to afford to give somebody a fair and equitable rent. So there's some things that need to be done overall, but I'd like to see STRs regulated in a way where people are not financially impacted to the point where they either have to sell or they have to abandon their property or some other unfair issue. So anyway, that's some of the other stuff that I had, people mentioned already about the sign. The sign is a security issue, especially for women that are operating on their property. It should be something smaller in a window like it used to be,
maybe a, 12 by 12 in the window with the same information or some other app that maybe you just can't readily call or use from, the street where people, criminals can have access to your information. Everything else is good as far as operator located on the premises, natural person being available for the STR permit. But the commercial, and I want you guys to look at this, the commercial operators are getting away with everything that the homeowner is not. They're really the problem because they operate without anyone on the premises, no one to call, no.
Mr. Doucette, you're over time. If you can wrap up, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up. When I first started at Airbnb, it was because I came to New Orleans with my family and could not afford a hotel for everyone. So when Airbnb became available, it was really a blessing for, to bring your family here to New Orleans and experience it. There's a purpose for Airbnb and STR platform. They serve a certain individuals or the larger public actually who cannot afford hotels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette. All right. While waiting for that to get set up, next up we have Melanie Morel Esminger, no relation. Or I spell my name right.
Yeah. Well, person to say that too.
My name is Reverend Melanie Morel Ensminger, New Orleanian, married a Pennsylvania Dutch guy. I own and live at 5240 Art Street in the Gentilly Terrace and Gardens neighborhood, where I'm a board member of the Improvement Association, but I'm not speaking for them today. I'm not paid to be here. Shoot, I'm retired. I'm not paid to be anywhere. I am an Airbnb superhost, having had a license since the city first required it up until the point last winter, when the city permit office told me they were kicking it to the city council and they weren't going to renew my permit. My husband and I rent out our guest room and non-attached bathroom with no separate entrance to Airbnb guests 2 times a month. We are completely opposed to whole house STRs as they remove potential housing from New Orleanians. We have never rented our whole house and we never would. We have never rented our guest room when we're not home and we never would. We have never disturbed our neighbors, although some of our neighbors who have seen our permit on the outside of our house are surprised because we've never had an incident and there's never been a time when our guests have bothered our neighbors. We support stricter regulations and density limits on STRs and much stronger enforcement by the city. But we also hope that we'll be able to continue to afford our mortgage and to host guests in our guest room person to person as Airbnb was originally. We're super hosts because we do it personally. We're right there. We're guiding people to have an experience of New Orleans that they could not have if they weren't there with New Orleanians. I appreciate what y'all are doing. I want this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, and Mark, your last name is in super small writing. I think it's Shetler. Is that, I nailed it? All right. I'm glad I'm wearing my glasses today because otherwise I've been like, Mark, don't know what the rest of this name says.
Pretty modest. Small, I guess. My name is Mark Shetler. I'm at 2768 Orchid Street. I'm a service industry advocate, and I wish I was being paid to be here, but I'm not. I want to start by letting y'all know that in checking listings in real time here, of the 5 operating speakers today that we were able to check, 3 of them are not legal operators. And for those talking about the signs being put up, you already have to do that, and it's a $500 fine if you don't, so you may want to address that upon leaving here today. As we're debating a zoning issue, I would hope we can finally set aside the unserious and fantastical property rights arguments. I can't open a scrapyard or recycling plant, a methadone clinic, or a halfway house in my backyard because of my property rights. But on to policy here. I want to start by applauding the majority of what all of y'all have put forth here within many of these amendments, especially in Amendment 3. Using publicly available data in the 6th highest volume neighborhoods, there are currently 576 lawfully operating Airbnbs, not across other platforms including. Going 1 per square would be a 37% increase in permits. In these 6 already overstressed neighborhoods, primarily in C and B, 1 per block would allow for 540% more permits. Anything less than 1 per square is not a serious attempt to do anything meaningful about this city's housing crisis. Look, I've been in this room in y'all's offices and been over and over the codified privilege it is to operate a bar or restaurant, leaving my industry beholden to council's prerogative. No one's hands are tied on this point. Imagine if over 75% of bars stopped remitting sales tax to y'all or obeying health department code. A vote for 1 per block face is a vote to reward thousands of scofflaws and ignore the hundreds of thousands of residents, including lawful good faith operators, including people currently working in enforcement, who are pleading with y'all for easier regulations and fewer STRs, not 5 times more. The facts are clear. The impact we've already seen, continue to see, been seeing. The votes for 1 per square are on this dais. The only question unanswered is whether or not the fealty to common sense solutions, ethical conviction, and care for this community is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next up, we have Judy Johnson. Oh, Shari spoke. I'm sorry. Next up, we have Miss Landry, Shelley Landry. She passes. Next up, we have Isabel Blakely. Is that Mazad? I'm sorry. Please correct me if I'm definitely wrong.
Hi
Please correct me.
there. My name is Isabel Blakely Amanzadi. It's
All
my
right.
name.
Thank you.
I'm so excited that I get a chance to speak with you guys, and I'm really nervous because this is my first time speaking with City Council. So thank you so much for having me. I live at 3223 Bank Street, and it's hard to remember my address because I just moved there because I was actually evicted due to a landlord buying our property and turning it into what I think is an illegal Airbnb, but I'm not completely sure. He lives in California and he has his brother running it and living on the other side of the property. And so I really need you guys to do everything you can to prevent stuff like this happening. When I first moved to New Orleans, I was really well taken care of by my neighbors. They would come slamming at my door at like 6 a.m. in the morning when my car was flooding because they knew I didn't know what to do with it, and they would move my car for me. And the way that those neighbors took care of me really like set a standard for how New Orleans neighborhoods should be. And when I lived on Gayoso Street, where I got evicted from, and it's now an Airbnb, it's like a ghost street. There are a lot of empty houses there. And I just want to say, I totally feel for the landlords who are uncomfortable with the price of housing right now, because we are the people who are paying those mortgages. And I'm also really struggling. So I'm really thankful for being here. One more thing I just want to say, I think that people like me are super underrepresented here because a lot of the people who are here today don't have full-time jobs like me. And so it was really, really hard for me to make it here. And I actually work at noon and have to go watch a little baby that I nanny for. So thank you so much for having me. I really hope that you guys shut down these Airbnbs at all costs because I need a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Johnson is back. Miss Johnson, she says she has not spoken. There she is. Come on over, Miss Johnson.
Hi, I'm Judy Johnson, and thank y'all for the work that you're doing. I really appreciate it. And I know everybody does. I just wanted to, approach some of the issues that a lot of people have already talked about. One is the 2x2 foot yard sign. I'm a graphic designer and that's absurd. That's definitely a safety issue, et cetera. Someone mentioned the QR code. If we went to a system like that, my request would be that if someone scanned the QR code, they were also asked to be given their email address and their phone number. Because if you can go up and scan, then that's going to require somebody come on my property. And I want to know who it is that's requesting my information from that QR code. So that's something I thought about that would maybe add something to what the person was talking about before. And already, I think someone may have mentioned this too, that there's an Instagram account, instagram.com/Airbnbs of NOLA. And that it's targeting Airbnb properties. It's not anything to do with Airbnb that's positive. And they're posting our personal information online while they mask themselves under the alias of Airbnbs of NOLA. So I just wanted you to know that when you're thinking about the sign. I'm fine with the local operator living on the premises because that's what I have, but I also understand that there may be people that could safely do that. The other thing is I would request that there not be limits per block face or per block, but to limit and consider each area of the city and then make those regulations rather than I don't know if it would be by some physical geographic restrictions, but to do that per area. Obviously, you're hearing like a huge, broad people speaking about different ideas about what should happen. There are people that actually hate Airbnbs. There are people that don't care whether we operate or not. And that's because there are Airbnbs like myself, and I know many others who operate safely. I've provided a great service to the city. I bring people in. I'm a super host.
Ms. Johnson, you're over time, so could you wrap up?
Thank you.
Thank you. Winton Homes. Winton Homes. Oh, all right, it's coming over here from the right.
Good morning. My name is Winton Holmes. Today on the 2100 block face of Iberville. I am in fact opposed to the ordinance. I think the conversation about should be what is affordable housing? Is it offering you house for rent at an affordable price? Historically, Section 8 has been the greatest payout. Regular citizens have not been able to, in my history of owning property, have been able to match what Section 8 can pay me every month. So my question to council members and homeowners against Airbnb, are you ready for Section 8 residential method to move into your community? We get into this housing game to not only pay for our mortgages, but to also pay and have an increase in our yearly income. My block once before was 38% Section 8. And it showed, day to day, it showed. You knew that you was on a block that had Section 8. What is the conversation of affordable housing should be? What does your house afford you? That's what affordable housing should be. Affording to me as a homeowner in the city, I'm able to afford my high tax imposed on the residents. I'm able to afford extra money into my retirement. I'm able to fund my daughter's education every month. I'm able to put future money into her education to pay for her future college. I strongly believe that the restrictions on B&B prior to this discussion were fair and were written in great guidelines. I believe the problem is with the illegal B&Bs. What the task force should be addressing, out-of-town owners, commercial, and whole home STRs. My right as a homeowner is the council choosing New Orleans residents, giving me the right to choose appropriately how I want to operate my investment. New Orleans does not have a housing crisis. We have a decrepit street crisis. We have a trash crisis. We have a car theft crisis. We have a crisis that the city turned their back on New Orleans East. That's the crisis we should be talking about, not Airbnb. So thank you.
Thank you. Mavis Early.
Good morning, all. I am representing the Greater New Orleans Hotel and Lodging Association. We thought that the City Planning Commission did a pretty good, great job of putting some reasonable limits, and I think a lot of thought went into it. And we're basically in favor of most of those. I could go through them, but I think you pretty much know what they are. I do think that with these limitations and these new suggestions and recommendations, that we will be able to have our neighborhoods be neighborhoods, and we'll be able to have our people who need to rent apartments and rent homes be able to do so. And that the eviction process to have a short-term rental instead will be limited. So, we're very concerned about our employees, and we've seen with short-term rentals since they've been in progress. We've had a lot of employees that have had to move farther out from the area where they lived originally. And this is a hardship on them. So we look forward to having our employees coming back closer into the city and making it easier for them to come to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Early. Next, we have Nikki Zawalski. Hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly. Nikki Zawalski.
Nikki Savinsky, 1011 St. Philip. As you can see from my card, I don't know what to check. I would prefer there be no STRs at all. It is a quality of life issue. I am here in City Hall for the second afternoon this week while I have family in town. I'm not with family, I'm here. So all of the people that say they have the right to do what they want with their property, they cannot run a strip club, a halfway house, as someone said, a bar, heroin den, you name it. There were lots of things you cannot do in your home just because you have a home. If you had a home business, your percentage of square footage is limited, but suddenly we can have five bedrooms for STR. That's a lot more than a home business is allowed, and that simply isn't fair. Our taxes are higher because of STRs. They've continued to go up and up and up, along with property insurance. And yes, we can say hurricanes affect property insurance, but so do damage and injuries at STRs. The sign goes with the territory if we're going to do this. We all have the right as neighbors to know what's going on next door to us, and we don't. Enforcement is a huge issue. In my entire 35 years of living and working in the French Quarter, there have always been illegal short-term rentals, even if that's not what it was called at the time. Those people don't list on Airbnb or VRBO or HomeAway or any of these other sites. They do it word of mouth, small little advertisements, index cards. How are you going to enforce it? It's impossible. Are you going to subpoena their bank account? It's impossible to enforce. I have 2 to 3 people on my block, in one block of the French Quarter, who every festival weekend you see the luggage going in and out, the people entering on the keypad. So I would prefer there not be any STRs, but if we're going to do it, I support the 1-1-1-1, 1 per square, 1 per natural person, 1 per property owner, and 1 per address. Thanks.
Thank you. Claudia Selstad. Claudia Selstad. I'm probably mispronouncing that, so, okay, thank you. How badly that messed up your name?
Not at all.
Okay, well, all right, I'll take that. Thank you.
Thank you. I am at 5706 Louis Prima Drive West, New Orleans East. I am not speaking for my neighborhood. I'm not speaking for the association, but I'm here to speak. And I'm not going to be hypocritical and say that I know exactly what I want with STRs, because when I go out of town, I have stayed at STRs. I've stayed there in Galveston, South Carolina, Florida. And I know they do have some cities that totally restrict STRs. We are not one of those. So what I am going to say is that I appreciate what has been brought forth by Councilman Green and the other ones, but I am not certain how I feel about the square versus the block issue. I support what is constitutional for all citizens. As it relates to the signage for the Airbnbs, I'm not sure why we have such a large sign for that. And when people are doing renovation on their homes, we have just a little work order that is in the window. So I'm thinking we should have some equity when it comes to posting of signage. The East is comprised of many subdivisions and communities. Some subdivisions have covenants that restrict rental property and STRs in their covenant. So I am suggesting that we honor neighborhood covenants, maintain the intactness of neighborhoods and their communities. Whatever solution is forthcoming from this body, I hope that is equitable and that is the departments are given adequate resources and staffing in order to enforce the laws. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, Ms. Ellisted, because I want to get clarification, you had a great point, and I want to put it out there. So apparently there's an attorney general opinion where the city cannot enforce neighborhood covenants, which is why you don't often see neighborhood covenants or at all in any of our ordinances. So this government can enforce the governance.
I understand that the covenant is between the person who purchased the home and the subdivision. And I understand that the city does not have any, or the state does.
Yeah,
not
so
have
if
any.
you have STRs, as typical with neighborhood covenants, you have to sue the person in the neighborhood to enforce it. So I just want, it was a great idea, and then I turned to my lawyer who was like, yeah, you can't do that. So thank you. Next, we are going to go to those who are in opposition to the ordinance. First up, we have Ron Losell. Or Lasel. Oh, Ron. Sorry, Ron. I know Ron. Sorry, Ron. I'm like, Ron. Okay, sorry.
Ron Lasel, 2131 Bienville. I am paid, but I'm also a resident in a historic neighborhood here in New Orleans and Algiers Point. And so I'm very passionate about this in many different ways. First of all, I'd like to speak about your amendment regarding the sign. I'm really opposed to that two by two for many reasons. And you've already heard about safety issues for some. Second of all, there is no occupational license in the city of New Orleans that requires a 2 by 2 foot sign in their front yard with someone's phone numbers. I mean, if we're going to do that, then we should do it for the corner stores, the gas stations, the bars, restaurants, hotels, vacant buildings, and then have these signs up and how everyone can start calling. Just you're getting in my opinion, getting into some dangerous territory. On top of that, I don't know if you're aware of how hard it is to get permits out of the 7th floor or get permits closed on the 7th floor. I know you hear it, but I live it every day. Adding this to the HDLC and as well to safety and permits is going to really muddle things up more. So please reconsider that motion. I'm really opposed to the square idea, and I am in favor of the 1 per block face. And that's because I represent a lot of clients that are the homeowners, that are the small ones, the retired ladies, the widowed ladies, the single moms, the new families who are so afraid that they're going to lose their homes because they can't afford the insurance. They can't afford living the way they are. And because I've left time, you know how I feel about that. I'm opposed to taking out residential in HUMU, MU1 and MU2. I have clients that have homes in there that have homesteads that they want to keep it there. I am very much opposed to removing N. And that also goes to Councilmember Moreno. We need to remove the IZD for the small affordable housing, allowing the 4 units and allowing a short-term rental there. We could build 3 new residents for people, places to live and have 1 short-term rental. Please relook at that and think that we're all in agreement, all the housing, CPC, everyone's in agreement that that needs to be revisited and quickly. I am for enforcement. I hate short-term rentals that are not legal and do not follow the rules. We need enforcement. We need noise aware in every single STR so that we can monitor if there are problems in homes, that it can be recorded. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Next, we have Mr. Goodwin, Jim Goodwin.
I'm Jim Goodwin. I live at 537 Verrett Street in Algiers Point, and I'm president of the Algiers Point Association. I'm here. I was in opposition to the measures for 1 per block face. I support, and the APA supports 1 per block or square as being a reasonable amount of density. We are a very residential district, and we like to maintain that residential character of our neighborhood. We've had problems with some STRs and illegal STRs. They reduce the family-friendly areas, affect affordable renting. We've had problems with parking where people have told us when we pointed out they're parking illegally, not till we're caught. We've had gunfire in our neighborhood. We've had noise and nuisance factors, none of which occurred before STRs and other permit violators have shown up and made their presence known, which we did not want. Okay. I object to the Disneyfication of this city. I left this town for 40 years and came back and chose to come back here. I'm not a native born, multi-generational Algerine. I'm a 2nd generation Algerine who was gone for 40 years and chose to come back and live in Algiers Point because of the nature of that neighborhood. And I want to maintain that above and beyond anything else. I do support some sort of display because many of our residents have been trying to monitor illegal STR operation. And if we at least have something displayed that they can confirm or deny rather than having to go through the research, then I'm all for that. I don't know if it has to be a 2x2 sign or display the permit or what, but something that's visible from the right of way so that the residents know that there is an STR operating in their neighborhood. If not, then they're in violation and we can report them. I like the inclusion of all vacation rentals within the limits. I fully support that. In all this discussion, I just feel the historic urban neighborhood districts need to be represented. Algiers is, I haven't seen it mentioned, but it's an HURD 2 neighborhood. So, and lastly, I received a phone call this morning from former council member Jackie Clarkson, and she requested that an email that she has submitted be read in this meeting today. So on her behalf, I've asked that that be read. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Calvin Lopez. Mr. Lopez, there he is.
Good afternoon. My name is Calvin Lopez. I reside in East New Orleans at 7450 Mayo. I'm sorry I have nothing new to say today, but I'm here to support the council in their deliberations. I know the effort that all of you have put into this, and I do appreciate it. Voters are the ultimate arbiters of what exists and how we, the people, operate. Businesses don't decide. The marketplace either supports or prevents a business to be successful. Short-term rentals are a business operation. They either serve the residents or they go out of existence. We're here today to define what is a short-term rental and where it may apply to operate. Only a real person may be an owner. Only a real person can have a license. Any definition pertaining to density needs to be crystal clear and enforceable. I support the amendment to restrict STRs to 1 per square. Even then, there will be instances where there will be 2 STRs operating in 1 block. The CPC has significantly changed the elements of an STR. Their analysis dictates an operator be present. I strongly endorse this requirement. It will be more than 6 months before we will know if what we do today will work. I look forward to that day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. Ashley Haspel. Come on down, Ashley.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ashley Haspel. I live at 1312 New York Street. I'm the president of the Lake Terrace Property Owners Association located in District D. District D is a very large district that covers many different socioeconomic and diverse neighborhoods. What might be good for people who live in the Fillmore area or the Gentilly Terrace area, for example, might not be good for Lake Terrace. After a meeting with our residents, the board of the Lake Terrace Property Owners Association has decided that we are against a single set of rules for STRs that cover the entire city. We feel that the proposed changes to STRs are not restrictive enough. Lake Terrace is a very quiet, single-family residential neighborhood. We have no commercial properties, strictly residential. The few STRs that have popped up legally or illegally have been problematic, with gigantic parties being thrown that disturb the entire neighborhood. The owners and the renters are people who have no respect for those of us tax-paying citizens who live here full-time. We are not here to party 24/7. We have regular lives that include work and school. We are asking you to go neighborhood by neighborhood and ask the POAs and the residents what they would like for their particular part of the city. The City Planning Commission has maps with 71 different neighborhoods that make up the city. The Neighborhood Engagement Office has the contacts for all of these civic associations and POAs as well. My question is, how are you planning to enforce all of this? As it stands now, safety and permits hardly enforces anything in my neighborhood. We have deed restrictions that were put in place when the Orleans Levy Board, now the Lakefront Management Authority, built our neighborhood. For example, no building plans for our neighborhood are supposed to be permitted to move forward through the city of New Orleans without a letter of no objection from the Lakefront Management Authority. A simple check mark in a box is all that's required. They can't even get this right, and you're going to expect them to enforce STRs citywide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Next up, we have Angeles Paternostro Bullock. And you'll have to give me a grade on how close I came to being correct with that one.
Better on Paternostro than Blaylock. I'm Angeles Paternostro Blaylock. I live at 3400 Napoleon Avenue. I've lived there for 54 years. I've endured Katrina, flooding, the possibility of becoming a green space. Right now, I have a licensed STR in my multifamily home. Half the time, we don't even hear the people that are there. We not only does this help for tourism with short-term rentals, but we've had people who have stayed who have had medical conditions that could not afford hotels. So it's a variety of interests that we maintain. I agree with one owner, one operator. I agree that we need to have platform accountability and enforcement. I know enforcement is a really tough issue. I would also like to point out that for each Airbnb, the city receives an occupancy tax of someplace between 13.6 to 19.6% per individual Airbnb. I know we also pay a fee for the license, so I didn't know what the other fees were going to be on top of what we already pay. So I understand completely the people who are against short-term rentals when they have situations in their neighborhoods with whole house rentals and noise. I think every neighborhood, as we know, in New Orleans is different. And as far as the sign, the 2x2 sign, I'm really opposed to that. With all due respect, I know that everybody in this council is trying to make it so that it works in each way. But I think this is a security risk, providing personal information to potential thieves. Furthermore, it may be a violation of our constitutional rights to privacy. Of course, the placard should be displayed. Maybe 2 placards should be displayed. With regard to the block face, I know that we're trying to limit like things in Gentilly when there's single housing. In our area, we have a lot of doubles. So if we didn't do short-term rentals, we would be leasing our property, which would not impact the shortness of available rentals for people. But I think that the way to go with this possibly is to look at a density situation in the city. One block, for instance, our block has 3 houses. Another friend who does the Airbnb, his block has 12 houses. So I was more in favor of the per block face than the 1 per block, because then it's going to put neighbor against neighbor. And right now, being a retired senior citizen, I rely on this income, and I don't want to be putting my life in a lottery situation where all of a sudden I can't do this. And we have commitments to people who have scheduled our home through maybe September. What do we do with that? We don't collect the money. Airbnb does, but not until they're there. And people are coming and scheduling weddings, graduations, etc. So I'm just kind of putting this before you to please consider it.
Ms. Blaylock, you're over time. Can you wrap up? I'd appreciate it.
Okay, yes. Please continue to make the city competitive with short-term rentals and the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blaylock. Next up, we have Nick Inneman. We'll have to correct me on that one.
Hey guys, my name's Nick Inman, 2111 Robin Street, New Orleans. I'd just be curious from the council's perspective, how many of you as council members have utilized an Airbnb yourselves? Have you ever stayed in an STR? Maybe a show of hands. Okay, 1. Okay, so we're going to make legislation that impacts hundreds of people across the city, and you yourselves haven't had any experience with that. I just think it's ironic that the St. Roch crowd over here opposed to STRs. You know, when they take their next trip to Mexico, are they staying in a Hilton? Probably not. So it's something where I just find a lot of irony. I also find it ironic that I can stand downtown and sell drugs without any repercussions. However, if I have somebody stay in my house for less than 30 days, I would face fines of $500 a day. When I moved to New Orleans 12 years ago, I slept on the floor. I know what it means to be broke. I know what it means to be poor. I worked hard. I improved my skills in exchange for better pay. I bought a house. I legally started this business. And I guess I'd ask, if I don't win your block face or your square lottery system, are one of you going to hire my wife, who gets to stay at home and manage my property for $40,000 a year? Are you going to provide an opportunity for my family once you take it away? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Alan Johnson.
Hello, my name is Alan Johnson, live at 1418 Charter, so I'm president of Faubourg Marigny Improvement Association. Sort of ground zero.
Alan, you're tall. Can you pull the mic up a little?
Yes, didn't want to touch it.
From the side. There you go.
Better?
Yep.
I'm president of Faubourg Marigny Improvement Association, sort of ground zero for STRs. Please remember that the businesses we're discussing today are located in residential properties, which are intended for citizens to live in, not for lodging for the CZO. STRs have turned our neighborhood zoning upside down. Before you make more legal and illegal STRs in our neighborhood, show you can manage a simple, smaller program. This is the 3rd time I've come here to work on a new program. And every time we've done this, a grand plan has been rolled out with confidence that it would work. And there were no thoughts for what would happen if they were wrong. whether it was temporary STR license, which created whole house STRs, whether it was the homestead exemption, which Errol Williams didn't have the capability to govern, or the staff or the city or the safety and permits had the ability to manage all of. Now we're being told that enforcement will be there because we have Granicus, but we haven't shown it yet. We're at less than, I don't know, maybe 15 hearings a month. So what are we doing in the Marigny? In the Marigny, we have 127 permits, but we have 399 STRs according to Airbnb. That's 68% illegal. 79, we would have, if we were to do the density limits per square, that would be 79 per square in the Marigny, 158 per block face or per block, or 316 per block face, not counting the amount of illegals that would still be around because they still wouldn't meet. You'd be creating more STRs as it's currently written. We ask you to support the Green, Geruso, and Thomas amendment to change it from 1 per square. We thank you very much.
All right, Val Cubit, followed by Kathleen Patton.
Hi, Val Cupid, 6825 General Diaz Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm here representing, I head up a group called Lakeview Crime Watch. We have close to 800 members currently. We also had a vote of Lakeview Civic Improvement Association Board, of which I'm a board member of, but I'm not speaking on behalf of them today. But they did come to a decision Tuesday night, and I think they sent you an email telling you about their decision on that. But I'm listening to everybody's comments. Let each neighborhood decide. Each neighborhood is unique. Councilman Green, you're correct. We are residential, single family. I had a neighbor that tried it about 3 years ago. It turned out to be a disaster for him. Insurance and everything else under the sun that happened at his house. He decided not to do it. He said renting out long-term, is more of a viable solution. And that is a solution for anybody who needs money right now. Have a contract with an individual and rent it out for over 30 days. But that is a solution. The judge says, and the city attorney said that STRs are a business. And we have specific laws in residential neighborhoods to allowing businesses in residential. So please, be mindful of that. The Garden District demanded not to be included in this. And so they are excluded from any short-term rentals. So why can't other neighborhoods decide this also? And leave it up to the people. Let the people vote this in, what they want in their neighborhoods. Put it to a vote. The master plan was voted in by the people of New Orleans. Where are our rights as property owners for our protection? We want residential people. We welcome residential people. Rent out your house if you need money. Rent out your apartment if you need money. But these short-term rentals, this quick fix money is nothing. All it does is diminish neighborhoods. Rome is burning right now in New Orleans, okay? And we have a police problem.
Ms. Cupid,
EMS
that's your time.
problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you
All right,
very much.
Kathleen Patton, come on up.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I learned a lot listening to everybody. I don't know if I checked the right box, oppose, whatever.
Do your best.
So I'm just going to go through a few points that maybe it's logical, maybe it's not. I live at 4623 Mandeville Street, Gentilly Terrace. I am definitely not a paid actor. I'm one of those grandmas that sits on the porch and watches the neighborhood. And I'd like to invoke the biggest problem New Orleans has right now, which is crime and the lack of hope in young people and families. And it's by having people like me sitting on the porch watching the neighborhood that is, I think, the prime thing that we got to maintain in this city. I raised my kids in the quarter. For 30 years, I lived in the quarter. I raised my kids there. And I moved because you always had tourists in the quarter, but the rolling suitcase is a thing. I mean, if we wanted a GIF of the city of New Orleans, it would be rolling suitcases. So I just want to say, I support the square idea. I'd like to get rid of STRs totally. After the storm, I moved to Key West. They had transient rentals way back then, and it just became an island of hotels, of unlicensed hotels. Well, licensed, but unenforced hotels. I don't want to see that happen. So I would say yes to the 2x2 signs, because I think you could just put the number of the short-term rental permit. I don't know that you would have to have the name and contact information. There should be a place that they could call that was funded by fining illegal rentals, taking away their homestead exemptions, et cetera. And there should be somebody that picks up the line or answers an email with complaints about a certain address. So that would maintain the personal information. I do think that the people should live on site. I think it should be one per family. Let's see, what else do I have here?
All right, Ms. Patton, that's your time.
Okay, can I just say, as a retiree on a limited income, I put my money in a credit union. No, I do not get a great return on my investment, but it allows people to buy homes. And there are other means of great returns out there other than
All
the
right,
store in the neighborhoods.
thank you. Jeffrey Seymour, followed by Corey Warhol.
I'm Jeffrey Seymour. I live at 2227 Royal Street. I'm a member of the FMIA, where I'm head of the Land Use Committee. I want to thank Council members Green, Jeruso, and Thomas for amendment number 3, which I strongly support. I just want to give a quick few pieces of data. What is the difference between 1 per square, 1 per block face? Let's just talk about the Faubourg Marigny. That's what I'm familiar with. If you were to go with 1 per square, that would mean there would be approximately 10% more STRs than there currently are licenses. If you were to go with 1 per block face, that would mean there would be over 4 times as many STR permits as currently exist. How can you say that you believe STRs are a problem and yet support a cap that says we can increase the number by more than 4 times before we want to rein it in? Thank you.
Thank you, Corey Warhol, followed by Karen, looks like Laudrig. Corey's gone. I'm sorry, what? Got it. Is Corey here? All right, I'll put his card to the side. Jean Dell. That card to the side. Yasin Frank Southall. Come on, John. Hang on, Mr. Southall. I didn't see him coming.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to say a couple of things about something I haven't heard here. There's a lot of there's like a narrative that STRs are inherently terrible, and I read it in the press a lot. And when I turn the page, I see an ad for a hotel, and I think that's pretty dirty. If I'm your neighbor, I'm not inviting you over for coffee or driving you around. I'm a private person. I work a lot. I do have an STR, and one of my guests was a nurse, and she saved a New Orleanian who'd been shot by another New Orleanian. My point is, if somebody's partying, that can be a local or it can be a tourist. If somebody's a good neighbor, that can be somebody from here or somebody from somewhere else. I don't think that any of the people who live here and run an STR are doing something bad. I think those who are doing it illegally should be grandfathered. I don't think any of them really want them unlimited. They want them regulated because they want to make money. Something unregulated doesn't make any money because there'll be competition everywhere. I would urge the council to grandfather people who are doing it legally so they don't lose their homes, because a lot of them depend on this income. And if you're against STRs because of limited housing, I don't see why you'd want to kick other people out of their houses. I think if you look at the numbers, you'll find that the prices of housing went up a lot more after Katrina, before short-term rentals existed. As such, I knew lots of people back then who rented out rooms in their house for Mardi Gras, New Year's, et cetera. It just wasn't called that at the time, and there wasn't any regulation. I think also, if you're against STRs, you should maybe go to some planning commission meetings and see when people are begging to build affordable housing and being denied by the city. I just think it should be done fairly and without hyperbole.
That's your time, sir. Thank
Thanks.
you. Mr. Southall, you're up next.
Good morning or good afternoon, whatever time it is. Oh, it's
Afternoon.
afternoon. My name is Yasin Frank Southall. I'm the organized community engagement manager at Jane Place. First, I want to thank Councilmember Screen Jerusalem Thomas for pushing an amendment that will limit SCRs by square block. Jane Place's position hasn't changed. I'm gonna take this off. Jane Place's position hasn't changed. We want the full ban of all SCRs, homes in residential areas and mixed use areas. Thank you to Councilmember Harris for bringing a lot of attention to this with the whole Brown Dairy situation. However, we see Councilmember Green's amendment as the only sane compromise given where we're at with affordability crisis. You know, this is industry that came to our city illegally. It didn't ask your permission, didn't ask any of our permission. And so I think what Councilmember Green has hinted at, the idea the neighborhood should be able to decide this, I think it's true. And we'll tell you from canvassing every neighborhood in the city, knocking at least one door in every neighborhood in the city, including Lakeview, people are opposed to this. And so I think if we put it up to a vote, the city's going to oppose SCRs, home, residential, and mixed-use corridors. At Jane Place, we believe the SCRs only belong in zoning districts CBD 1 and CBD 2, in part because that's where the bulk of hotels are. You know, people complaining about the signage issue, this is commercial enterprise that is like injecting itself into our residential neighborhoods. Therefore, residents need to be able to figure out which is what is a duck and what is not duck. And the only way we know what is legal is through massive signage. We talk about this idea of neighbors being put against neighbors, but there's about 6,000 listings, represents about 2% of the population, even if those were single, unique individual owners. This is about multinational corporations devouring our city. Thank you very much, and God bless y'all.
Thank
I
you.
may mess up putting this thing back, so sorry about that.
It's all right. Someone will go out there and refix it. Alexander Sasha Bullock.
Good afternoon. So my name is Sasha Bolag. I live at 515 Short Street. Nobody's paying me to be here. I'll just preface this by saying, I'm a civil rights attorney here. I used to work at the Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. I care deeply about affordable housing. And I know y'all are hamstrung by the Fifth Circuit. I have my own feelings about the Fifth Circuit. But, I think there's a lot of vitriol being thrown around on all sides. Last night somebody equated property rights with Confederacy and Jim Crow. I think stuff like that is hyperbolic and unnecessary. And I think y'all's job is to look through this, all the heatedness and do something that's fair for everybody. And I think some of what's being proposed now is almost an overreaction to what it was clearly originally like a free for all, when anybody could there were just STRs everywhere, and it was just a wild, wild west. And that was a problem. And I think most of us here, and I also take issue with this, all the STR owners can be here and the people who don't want them can't be here. I think it's, again, on both sides. I mean, I think plenty of people who own one side of a double have jobs and can't be here to, take that position. But I think, I think that some of this is an overreaction to this free for all. And I think there are ways to do this, but I have a problem. I had a problem with the block face requirement. I have a real problem with the square block requirement, because I do think it's going to pit neighbor against neighbor. I think it absolutely is. And I think this whole idea that, there's going to be more allowed if you allow this on block face, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I think that we talk about, there's all these illegal ones operating now. So the problem, we need to weed out the illegal operations and the people who are doing, I'm not clear, maybe I'm not misreading something, but I don't understand why we can't grandfather people in. But even if we can't, make a cap, make an overall cap and then keep the X number of permits, and that's that. And but absolutely, there needs to be reform. But I had a real question, like if there's a lottery, is it every year you're subject to the lottery? Or once you get that permit, then you get it? Because if it's every year you have to go to the lottery, that's just absolutely crazy. I mean, that makes no sense whatsoever. So there's a lot to think about here, and I hope y'all will consider all sides. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson? Scott Peterson? This is Scott Peterson. Scott Peterson, 1526 Ursuline Avenue. All right, we'll put you up here. Ricky Peterson now, 455 Dote Avenue. Ricky Peterson. Okay. Phelan Cornist. We're having a debate up here on your last name, Phelan, so why don't you prove me or Eugene correct?
My name is Phelan Cornist.
Yes, I was correct. I was correct. I've known him since I was in high school.
I've always thought that was
did, and
H
kept
and
your
not
butt
a
out of
T.
trouble, too.
Cornish. All right.
My name is Phelan Cornist, president of Lake Oak Civic Association located in District D. What's good for one area of the city may not be good for the other. As a representative of the people of Lake Oaks, we do not want it. However, it seems that STRs may be forced on us. If that's the case, then it should be mitigated. I would be in favor of an opt-out situation. Allow the neighborhoods to vote to have it or not. I would even be in favor of a small payment to opt out. Can the city zone areas for STRs? The problem is extremes. People with STRs will not respect the people in their neighborhoods because they cannot ensure 100% of safety all the time. Now, that being said, people in the neighborhoods cannot do the same, but at least we know where you are. If we have to support STRs, I support the 1 per square block equation. And just so you guys know, we are doing something in April. So I please invite people from the city council to be there because we're doing this for the first responders. We're doing a chili cook-off for the first responders, and I, really would like you guys to be there to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Zachary Smith. After Mr. Smith, we have, I think this is Grace Lewis, but I could be incorrect and you may have to correct me.
Good afternoon, council. My name is Zach Smith, 530 South Norman C. Francis. Not knowing if the meeting is going to end this way, but hopefully it does. I've been doing this for a while. This is the calmest short-term rental meeting I think that's ever happened in this room. So I applaud everyone, yourselves, your staff, and especially folks that are obviously pro and anti-STR. I was going to leave that till last, but then again, seeing how well everybody has acted today, it speaks to kind of an overall softening that I've seen. From a couple months ago, there were some very hardline positions on a lot of different sides, and you have folks that are very pro STR who have actually come around to increased caps and other kinds of discussions. And there's some folks that are, at the end of the day, in their hearts, they're completely against short-term rentals, but they've even softened to the idea of something with some caps. So I commend everybody as somebody who's seen this before and been at this table before and been screamed at in this room before. So again, it's just really refreshing to see. And I think it speaks a lot to how much effort the council has put in to socialize some of these ideas and really get out there into the neighborhoods. The one real ask that I would have is, and I'll continue to make it, and I know there's always room to do it in the future, but is to find a way to carve out to be exempt from the cap for anything in the small multifamily affordable. It was a specific type of dwelling unit that was specifically created to try and promote and create direct affordable housing units in neighborhoods. it's really not been taken advantage of, especially once the overall restrictions on short-term rentals essentially make it very hard to build a 3 or a 4-plex. And I think it would be a wonderful opportunity to find that true like 1-for-1 creation of affordable at the expense of having a short-term rental, especially if we take something that's either a blighted 4-plex or an empty lot and now put 4 units on it to sacrifice that one lot, to that one short-term rental for a bona fide short-term affordable unit. So appreciate your time. Thank you again for everything. At the end of the day, it's a tough decision, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Zach. Once again, Grace Lewis. All right, I got it right. Okay. Thank you. As she's coming up, last call on Corey Marshall, Scott Peterson, and Ricky Peterson.
Kind of funny you said that because my husband, his last name is Girl, and he really wants me to change my name, and we've been debating it. So I love hearing Grace Lewis. Anyways, I wasn't going to come today because I was in for all of the things that you guys had come up with. I am one of those homeowners on property doing all the things you're supposed to do. So I'm in for pretty much everything that's come up. I think it's great. No whole homes, no more than 3 bedrooms or 6 guests. If I'm there, my people are loud. They're not loud because I have a 6-month-old baby. They're gonna hear it from me before they hear it from my neighbors. Now that being said, the 1 per block, that's what I'm here for. That puts me against 3 basically illegal, I think, Sonder Corporation Airbnbs that are there on my block. And this all would loophole them in. They could take 1 room and say the operator lives there and no one would actually live there. And we're back to this huge enforcement problem, and it's putting me in a hole. So that's the only thing I don't like about this. Speaking to that, my husband wanted me to say that he thinks putting a 2x2 on a house is like a scarlet letter. The reason being is there's a lot of Airbnb hate, you guys over there. I see it, I feel it, I understand it. It's expensive to live in the city, and Sonder has taken up 700 properties, and everybody hates it, and that's out there, and that message has been sent to everyone in the city. And so with all that Airbnb hate, it's going to be put on me, and people that seen that sign on my house, they don't know that I'm me. So that kind of puts me in a negative space, and I can't stand out there every day and be like, hey, no, I'm not that guy. I don't own 6 of these. This is my house. That's all I got. Sorry. So big thing, take the money out of it. Somebody said it at Councilmember King's meeting at the end of the night. They said, take the big money out of it. You take the big money out of it, you take all the problems out of it. So how do you do that? Enforcement, super easy, right? Airbnb can enforce, and I don't know why we don't just copy and paste the city code that San Francisco wrote, where they said, Airbnb, you have to write a page of code, which I think it'd probably take 1 page of code to compare the one-stop shop to the Airbnb listings online. And if your listing number doesn't come up as legal, they have to take down your listing. And if they don't take down your listing, you guys fine them. I don't know why you're not taking money from Airbnb, but take money from them. They're making a ton of it. So make that statement, make that rule, and come at them instead of coming at me, and make that enforcement. And don't make us get taxed to pay for it, because my insurance just went up $6,000 for next year. So I can't afford it. All right, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. That concludes our cards. Since the online, oh, sorry. Okay, well, if you want, you say your name and speak, and then you can fill out a card afterwards.
Okay, great. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I speak now?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, my name's Amy Lewis. I live at 831 Patterson in Algiers Point. I am a single mom, and I've been responsibly STRing for 5 years. I have a full-time job, but this is how I make ends meet as a single parent. In my former house, there was a yoga studio. I ran it only because I was subsidizing it with my Airbnb income. I believe one pathway to affordable home ownership is responsible STRing. I just want to speak to some of the amendments. The 2x2 sign, I agree with other people say, I don't feel safe with that. I feel like we are being targeted, and it makes me feel nervous about that. In terms of the block face versus block square, I'm very much against the block square. I think it's an overreaction. I think if we are going to do one block face, there should be some mechanism for exceptions. People are going to be forced to sell their houses when these restrictions go into place. I believe, I know you're not doing commercial yet, but I believe both residential and commercial STRs should be limited to one per natural person with a property manager on site. And that means companies like Heirloom and Sonder, they should be forced to be something else like a hotel, which is what they really are. By limiting to one per person with an operator on site and with enforcement doing its job, I don't think we'll have these issues. People are saying if we do one per block face, that'll increase things by 40%. That's an assumption. That's not correct. The market wouldn't bear that. And these outside investors that are coming in, they want to guarantee that they're going to make money. That's not necessarily true. So I know 3 of you are for this one per block square. And that seems to be where it's going. I would encourage you to say, maybe there's a compromise, maybe 2, maybe 3, right? If you don't want to do the one per block face. So again, I just ask you to please remember us responsible SDR hosts that are, need this income. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. I don't know where we stand on time right now, and Anita, how much time has elapsed?
We have about 6 minutes left.
Of 2 hours? Okay, well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do 30 minutes of online comment. Since on the online comment period, they do not indicate whether you're a for or against. We're just gonna do 30 minutes of straight online comment. All online comments will be made part of the official record, but we will do 30 minutes of online comment, after which we will then have the votes on the amendments going forward. Yes, sir. What's your name, sir? I don't have your card. If you'd like to fill one, speak and then fill one out afterwards, we can do that. So just speak right now. It's sometimes they get lost in translation. Just feel free to speak now and then just fill out another card so we have it, sir. So you can go right now. After he's done, Anita will do 30 minutes of online comment.
My name is Robert Ferris, and I am a proud and super host of a mom and pop Airbnb located at 1240 Magazine Street. Oh yeah, and that's where I live. I am not a paid actor, but if you take my Airbnb away from me, which it seems like you're rapidly moving towards, well, maybe being a paid actor gives me an alternative. This whole thing started because a judge said that we weren't doing it fairly. It was unconstitutional, but I don't hear anybody talking about fairness. And to me, taking away my business is not fair. Like, take for instance, this one block or one square. That wasn't, I don't think that was part of the lawsuit. And you say we can't do grandfathering because the judge won't let us. Well, when you initiate one block, one square, you are in fact eliminating people like me. And I think you're making a mistake. The other thing is, the judge mentioned and someone else mentioned density. I, for the life of me, cannot understand why there are over 1,000 illegal Airbnbs, and you all ignore that. That doesn't make sense to me. And that's all I'm asking for you all to do, is to get sensible about this issue and quit trying to create more and more and more rules and regulations. I think personally, you should declare war on the illegal Airbnbs. Shoot them down, but don't shoot your own troops. And I remind you that when you shoot your own troops, you're going to end up shooting yourself in the foot. And that, my friends, is painful.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question, please, of you?
Sure.
Or of the presenter? How many online comments are there?
130, I believe.
The problem that I've found with the time limits is that there are opportunities for some that are so long to take up so much time that you don't get to hear from them. Can I ask that we have a cutoff of 1 minute when it reaches 1 minute per comment?
I would prefer maybe to do 2, because we get people in person. So Anita, if you're comfortable timing yourself per comment, I would appreciate that.
All right, maximum, if we get up to the point of 2 minutes for one, it just limits so many other opportunities when you have
I
100
think,
people
I think
out
that's I think that's fair. It's 2 minutes for people who are present. I think it's fair for it to be 2 minutes people online. Now, to be clear, if you have a lengthier comment that's beyond 2 minutes, the entire comment will be made part of the record. It's just for purposes of being fair to those individuals who are present. We'll do 2 minutes, Anita, for each comment. You'll just have to self-time yourself on this.
First comment is from William Mabry. Regarding STRs, changes in the French Quarter, please vote against any short-term rental changes for the French Quarter. STRs have a detrimental effect on the French Quarter neighborhoods. Hope Phelps, ban them all entirely. Ideally, seize every one of them and turn them over to a community land trust like Jane Place. If not that, then set them all on fire with the STR owners, operators, and their pet politicians locked inside.
She's got to read it. It's there.
Lori D. Giovanni, please make housing affordable here by limiting STRs. Jeremy Walton, STR regulation is possible. The city of Orlando allows people to only rent one room of residential property on a short-term basis, while STRs damage our housing market and neighborhoods. While the Plaza building has been an imminent public danger for years with no intervention, please enact meaningful regulations like a full ban on STRs with the goal of protecting New Orleans people, not out of town capital interests. Sherry Hillis, representing Maureen Greer, comments, neighborhoods are just dying or rather being killed by STRs. The zoning is HURD2. Property approved for interim STR upper unit has no driveway, no parking, as the lower tenant occupy the only free space off street.
Anita, I'm getting some comments saying if you could just speak a little louder because I can't hear you.
Sure.
Thank you. Or can you turn her up in the control room? If someone's up there, thank you.
Maybe I'll just turn this down. This would increase the saturation of STRs, legal and illegal, potential and current. The neighborhood cannot support these new STRs. Our house at 2600 block of Bank Street is zoned HU, and across the median are zoned MU. This means the 5-bedroom house at 2604 and the 2 at 2608/10 to be built will be built as single family STRs, but will probably get commercial STR licenses as they have already done, but for example, at South Tonti for the entire block. So we will have one side of Banks between Dorjois and Manassas, 9 houses, 3 to 5 bedroom party houses, 2 duplexes, 1 renting as an STR, 1 house that's a hotel or a B&B, 2 single family houses, 1 double upper unit STR interim and lower unit tenant rental. Applying is for STR applications. She lists 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 addresses on Bank Streets, and running illegal without licenses are 2 addresses on Bank Streets. The only legal STR 2617 Banks, the single family residence being built, or then after bypassing the additional requirements for commercial in building are applying and being granted commercial STR licenses. Nothing has been mentioned to address these. It's about 2 minutes. Next comment is from Catherine Hillis. Houses are being built as single family STRs to get around the additional requirements for commercial STR for parking and fire, et cetera. 2608 to 10 originally applied. Oops. Like I started. For commercial, but couldn't meet requirements because lots were too small. So zoning helpfully suggested single family STRs. We are losing any hope of maintaining neighborhoods for families and are saturated with STRs that are mostly illegal, have money guests, and can be supported by the environment. Cramming 2 3,000 square foot 5-bedroom structures into 2 lots, 25 by 100 each is criminal. The new STR regulations don't protect the neighborhoods from this split build residential STR and grant commercial STR licenses. There are more instances of this going on and it hasn't been mentioned or addressed. I cannot tell you how much I hate STRs and how little zoning and safety and permits takes the time to look into situations, but apparently blindly approve these. The residential builds are being granted commercial STRs. Vanessa Marshall comments, I agree that no one should be permitted to operate more than one STR in the city of New Orleans, and there should be a max of one STR per block face. The address of said STR on the block face should have 0 current or prior violations. All STRs must have the owner or a manager living on site. Enforcement must happen. If an address or owner has had more than one violation, they should be forbidden from ever STRing. Zoe McCoy says, please don't set up neighbor against neighbor by limiting licenses per block face. A properly and legally run STR is almost imperceptible to neighbors and does not disrupt the neighborhood. With proper enforcement, there actually need not be any formal limitations on the number of licenses. In other words, limiting the licenses does not make people behave. Also, please appreciate that we rely on the income to pay for our increased taxes and insurance rates. Matt Zingoni says, I'm a homeowner in the Marigny neighborhood and full-time resident. I've seen the negative impact short-term rentals have had in the area. They need to be strongly controlled now before the damage cannot be reversed. Cody Hammett comments, a limit of one STR per block face in a lottery is extremely unfair to homeowners like myself who have followed the rules and have been in operation the longest on my block. I'm at 470 reviews for my 1-bedroom STR that's part of my home with a 5-star rating. Responsible owners are not the problem, and we deserve the financial opportunity to take part in the tourism industry of our city. Susan Labrie. I realize that STRs are still banned in the French Quarter where my home is. However, it's important for all neighborhoods in which STRs are located to have strict enforcement of current codes and rules. The STR office must be fully funded through the collections of all permit fees and fines. The capacity and frequency for adjudications must be increased. All serious violations, such as operating without a permit, should be immediately referred to adjudication and punishable with the ban on the property receiving any STR license for 10 years into the future. Thank you for your consideration in helping keep New Orleans a livable, vibrant city. Izzy Manley comments, I'm a renter, elementary school teacher, and service worker. 3 out of the 4 rental properties I have lived in this city did not renew my lease in order to renovate the home I've been living in and rent it out at a higher cost, often at a short-term rental, which forced me to move. I have had a middle-class job and can barely afford to rent, and most New Orleans makes less money and are forced to spend a higher untenable portion of their income on rent. Every block I have lived on in the city has multiple short-term rentals. We need a total ban on all short-term rentals now in every single neighborhood so ordinary workers who keep our society running in the city can stay housed. Ms. Maris comments, while at the Restore on Elysian Fields, I struck up a conversation with a gentleman. I asked him how his Mardi Gras was. He responded, I left town. I've lived here all my life. I love Mardi Gras, but there are so many Airbnbs in the neighborhood that it was all Mardi Gras every day, every night. I got tired of tourists vomiting on my doorstep and just couldn't take it anymore. I've asked if he'd talked to his neighbors about it because weren't they the ones renting out part of their homes? He said, I don't have neighbors. It's just Airbnb. All the people who own them live in New York and California. Boutique hotels like Stay Alfred and Sonder and STRs are destroying the delicate fabric of our city. The indigenous people who create the music, art, and culture upon which our tourism relies are being forced further and further from where they work. Musicians who once could walk or bike to the quarter are being pushed out to Gentilly, St. Bernard, New Orleans East, or out of state altogether. Service workers are packing multiple people into 1-bedrooms to cover the rent. The ban on STRs in the quarter has just pushed this plague into the surrounding neighborhoods. I don't recognize most of the people walking by my house. There is a coffee shop on the corner across from a large oak tree. Despite the no parking signs, people still park there. The oak is a blind spot for the traffic coming around the corner. I've almost been hit half a dozen times. More often than not, the car has out-of-state plates. There's always there just for a minute and they'll be gone Monday morning anyway. My friend on Alvar is surrounded by 10 double-decker whole house Airbnbs. Each has a pool, which makes the noise worse. Each week is a 4-day house party. She has asked that the music be turned down. One response was a beer can being thrown at her. Contacting the off-site owners who live in New York has been met with deafening silence. Our understaffed police department has better things to do. My friend does legal work mostly from home. It's impossible for her to focus on an impossible situation. Next comment is from Stuart Hurt. STR licenses should be at least severely restricted and at best banned entirely. The likelihood of extractive profit incentivizes personal gain at community expense. It contributes to crime by reducing community connections and eyes on the street and weakens cultural fabrics while also imperiling our economy by reducing housing stock and driving rent to unaffordable levels. When New Orleanians can't afford housing, we will support the hospitality base of our economy. We need culture, not some Nashville landlord who doesn't live here siphoning life, culture, and resources. Ban them all. Leroy Jones, representing, Leroy Jones says, first, people work hard all their lives to get a nice home in a safe and quiet neighborhood. Nobody wants to have a short-term rental or bed and breakfast next to their home. All these people care about is making money at the expense of our neighborhoods. We have more than enough hotels in this city to accommodate all of the out-of-town guests, but some people don't want to pay the cost of a hotel and prefer to pack a short-term rental with their friends and have a good time party at a lower rate. Please, no more short-term rentals or bed and breakfast, and cut the number of them we have now. Tax and inspect them as you would a hotel or restaurant because they are just that. Jesse Haynes says, in order to combat the ongoing housing crisis and maintaining historic neighborhoods, I suppose it's supposed to be support a complete ban on STRs. Thank you. Colleen Connor says New Orleans has got to stop the saturation of short-term rentals to sustain the local investment of neighborhoods. Shelby Mills, I am not in support of any further short-term rentals in New Orleans. They've destroyed housing affordability and accessibility in this city, making it incredibly difficult for multi-generational New Orleanians to remain in their homes. STRs should be limited to local owners living within the limits of Orleans Parish and should only allow them to rent part of their personal residences, including the other half of a double. Otherwise, I'm against all other STR development. Joni Montgomery says short-term rentals have broken other cities into small pieces and sold their parts to the highest bidder. This leads to homelessness, rising housing costs, and ultimately a loss of culture as the ones who create the culture are pushed further and further out. We can already see this happening with our own city. Developers see the lack of support and accountability as an opportunity to take New Orleans for what it's worth. We need to outlaw Airbnb and allow our existing hotel infrastructure to flourish. Homes are for people to live. Hotels are for short-term stays. Drive the cost of housing down, but people first. This doesn't unfairly intervene with developers or businesses. It simply changes the context of their endeavors from single-family homes and apartments into hotels and businesses that we can add value, not leech it. Jaleesa Taylor, abolish Airbnb. It's robbing citizens of stable housing. It's robbing the city of its culture bearers. Airbnb is dismantling the livability of this place for the people who are its driving force. Nadia Eskildson comments, the culture that makes our city unique and vibrant is being eroded by the unchecked proliferation of STRs. The impact on this city cannot be ignored. For too long, we have seen the values of free market capitalism and deregulation infiltrate our communities with devastating consequences. Under neoliberal policies, the interests of corporations and the wealthy are prioritized over the needs of our communities. This has led to the commodification of our neighborhoods, with developers and landlords using them as sources of profit rather than places to build sustainable communities. Landlords have been given free rein to convert our homes and apartments into tourist accommodations with no regard for the impact on our neighborhoods and communities. Our city's economy should not be built on the backs of our residents who are being pushed out of their own neighborhoods by greedy landlords and companies who are more interested in making a quick buck than building a sustainable community. When it comes to addressing issues such as the negative impacts of STRs on our neighborhoods, half measures simply won't cut it. Unfortunately, we have seen time and again that the landlords are all too willing to circumvent regulations and exploit loopholes in the system to continue profiting from STRs. I'm calling on the city council to outright ban STRs in New Orleans. We need to take back our neighborhoods and protect our culture before it's too late. Our city should not be turned into a giant amusement park for the benefit of out-of-towners. We need to prioritize the needs of our residents and work to build a sustainable economy that benefits everyone, not just the privileged few. Next comment is from Katie Kibbe. I would like the city to pursue and support owner-occupied STRs and a total moratorium on developer or out-of-state carpetbagging the hell out of New Orleans. What the actual hell happened on Baroon? Patrick Kemmerly says, I'm a social worker in New Orleans and I work with clients who have experienced homelessness. As an advocate for people experiencing homelessness, those most affected by housing unaffordability, I urge you to ban short-term rentals in residential areas and in commercial areas outside the CBD. The people of New Orleans do not want STRs in our neighborhoods. As our representatives on city council, we need you to prioritize affordable rents and mortgages over the desires of real estate speculators. Thomas Lasher says, dear council members, this is to appeal that you vote to reject or amend the proposed one per block face rule for non-commercial STRs. Currently, there is one other STR on our block face that we would be competing with if the new rules are approved as written. The owner already has at least one other STR that would fall into the commercial category. If you were to vote to approve these revisions and his residence was to win the lottery for the only eligible STR on our street, not only would his commercial STR become more valuable because the new restrictions on supply in the STR market, but he's also gets to keep his non-commercial STR and leaves us completely out from being able to have any STR. Ways we can adjust the ordinance would be to consider prioritizing owners without commercial STR licenses. Don't force owner occupants to have to compete with anyone who also holds a commercial STR. Why not have a weighted lottery that gives a greater priority to non-commercial applicants who don't also have a commercial license? Or better yet, disallow holders of a commercial license from competing at all. Exceptions for properties directly adjacent to commercial zones such as ours. We happen to be one house away from Magazine Street. Exceptions for properties on block faces across the street from commercial or institutional properties that won't or can't compete for a non-commercial license. In our case, we live across the street from a school that takes up the entire block face, and it seems reasonable to allow more than one STR on our block face in consideration of the absence of STRs, commercial or non, on the block face across the street. I think what bothers us the most about this proposed ordinance is that we think most reasonable people can agree that the worst offenders in terms of negative impact on livability in this city are the commercial STR owners. Next comment is from Marty Talent. New Orleans should not allow short-term rentals to continue to plague the city. I've lived in New Orleans since 2007 and I've seen with my own eyes the damage they have had on the housing market. STRs move into neighborhoods, cause property taxes to skyrocket, and brings the French Quarter to people's front steps, with tourists urinating and defecating in people's yards and treating residents as unpaid tour guides. This has especially had a significant impact in the Treme, where over 50% of houses are STRs, pushing out Black families who've lived there for generations. At the moment, I'm an intern at a local homeless outreach organization which seeks to assist people experiencing homelessness in acquiring housing. Unfortunately, because of lack of housing and rising rents, partially due to STRs, many have HUD vouchers to move into a home, but there are none available. Many of the STRs are owned by out-of-state corporations, which then take the money from us and bring it to another state. This practice needs to stop. At the very least, whole house STRs need to be banned, but in reality, we need to illegalize STRs in any capacity. If things continue as they are, New Orleans will lose its residents and culture, thus becoming a city of tourists celebrating a dead city. D. Alexander Vance comments, affordable housing needs to be a top priority, and the proliferation of legal and illegal STRs stand in direct opposition to that need. Although regulation can be enforced much more strongly with much greater fines and oversight, I believe that it is not nearly enough. At this point, I believe an outright ban of all STRs is required. New Orleans is being hollowed out of its own long-term residents, its workers, and its culture. STRs should never have been allowed to operate in the city, and although eliminating them is just one part of the housing crisis, banning them should be a no-brainer. Emily Joel Jones comments, I'm a young renter and lifelong resident of the New Orleans metro area. I grew up in Metairie and have lived in Orleans Parish since finishing graduate school in 2015. Living as a renter in the city has been negatively affected by the presence of short-term rentals, and I'm writing in support of a ban on all STRs. I lived in the warehouse district from 2015 to 2018. When I was originally looking for a place to rent, there was an ample amount of apartments in the warehouse district, and I was able to find a place that I liked and could afford. The building was great for many reasons, but above all, it was safe, which was very important to me as a young female. The first 2.5 years I lived there with no issue. The building was silently taken over by Sonder in 2018, and problems arose immediately. Over the next 6 months, I became the only long-term resident on my floor, surrounded by STRs occupied by rowdy tourists. They locked themselves out of their rooms, came to me looking for door codes, contacts to call, etc., to get them back in. Other guests threw a party during a music festival and put the code to access the building on a Post-it note on the front door so party guests could get in freely. Packages belonging to long-term residents went missing. The remaining tenants raised safety concerns with the building's owner, and a meeting was arranged with then Sonder General Manager Peter Bowen, who went on laughably to become head of the mayor's short-term rental enforcement team. The meeting amounted to empty promises like security cameras, frequent door code changes, and increased transparency from the building management and Sonder. None of those promises were kept. As long-term tenants' leases came up for renewals, we were met with rent increases that put rent well above the comparable apartments we're renting for in the neighborhood. It was clear that building ownership was driving out the remaining long-term tenants so they could flip the whole building to STRs. I personally have had to move out because I couldn't afford to rent increases. Next comment. Torillo. As I sit down to write this comment, I've just returned from walking the dog around my neighborhood and picked up Mardi Gras trash for the umpteenth time since Carnival ended. My home is ideally situated for parades, lying 4 blocks from St. Charles Avenue towards the lake in the Milan neighborhood. The 2 weeks that precede Mardi Gras in my neighborhood is frankly a pain in the butt. There is traffic that increases with each day as we near Mardi Gras, people walking through the neighborhood and celebrating at high volumes at all hours of the day. Finding a parking spot is near impossible, and then there's trash that seems to go on endlessly, even weeks after the celebration is over. In spite of all this, I welcome the return of Mardi Gras every year. I love the revelry and joy that our fellow citizens exude as they head to the parades. I also welcome my returning guests to my short-term rental. The large extended family that returns to us year after year has been attending Mardi Gras celebrations for over 30 years. They were introduced to Carnival in New Orleans by a family member who has long since passed, but their family tradition of traveling from Tennessee to NOLA has continued. Our 4-bedroom apartment in our double 4 blocks from the parades is the perfect family-friendly place for the grandparents, children, and grandchildren to enjoy the parades all together. I've written to the council before to explain how I rely on the income generated from my short-term rental to pay my mortgage, and how I employ other members of our community to help me maintain and clean my home. Tourism is a major economic driver in our city, a city that suffers from lack of affordable housing and a low rate of homeownership. In a city of doubles, enabling homeowners to utilize the power of short-term rentals could change this. I am living proof that by enabling individual homeowners to become the entrepreneurs and benefit from tourism economy, homeownership is attainable. Matthew Wilson comments, short-term rentals bring long-term pain for everyone. Housing prices have gone way up, housing availability way down, and taxes from hotels are down. Neighborhoods are being gutted and destroyed. Culture bearers and generational residents pushed out so people can have house parties. We do not want restrictions. We want bans. At the very least, ban any whole home rental. Someone has lived there full time, or else it should be rented as a hotel. Brooke Tesler comments, dear New Orleans City Council, I'm writing you out of extreme concern for the future of New Orleans and have gotten this wrong. We have gotten this wrong so many times and have watched our neighborhoods and the community created within those neighborhoods diminish. Now is the time to show you will stand up for neighborhoods and residents across the city to protect them from the damaging effects of short-term rentals. STRs have artificially inflated property values, driving evictions and displacement. They've rendered many of our neighborhoods unlivable and bereft of community, especially our historic neighborhoods. I honestly believe STRs have no place in our neighborhoods and would rather see them completely prohibited. That said, if you must allow them, they should be severely limited. The currently proposed density cap of 1 per block face does not limit them. It actually allows more than are currently operating. Limit STRs in residential areas to 1 per square. Additionally, all traditional bed and breakfasts need to be included in this cap. They are already an easy loophole alternative to STR permitting. Put accessory and principal B&Bs in the density cap of 1 per square. Now is not the time to examine the existing prohibitions in neighborhoods like the French Quarter and Garden District. Instead, those protections should be expanded to other neighborhoods like Treme, Marigny, and others. However, now is the time to push our administration to commit to robust enforcement. The lack of enforcement is both severely lacking and extremely disheartening. Lastly, STRs should be limited to 1 per owner and 1 per operator. Each must be a natural person. For far too long, we have allowed wealthy investors to commodify our housing. Please work for the benefit of residents rather than tourists. Remember, if residents' needs are taken care of, the tourists will want to return. Allegra Silcox. The rent is too damn high. Short-term rentals kill cities by preferring profits over residents. We should curtail short-term rentals, not allow them to expand. Laura Drum says our city has continued to become unaffordable for residents, especially low and middle class. The core soul of our beautiful city is being slowly losing its character because of the greed of outside investors and corporations. When will you start working for your constituents? Kaylee Bruntrep says STRs are destroying our neighborhood fabric and causing inflated housing costs. Homes are for people, not for profit. Speculation and profiteering have made living here unaffordable. By largely maintaining the STR status quo, City Council is privileging STR owners' profits over housing for hospitality workers and culture bearers who are struggling to stay within the actual city limits. 1 STR per block face is far too many. The CPC's recommended density restrictions are too broad and too permissive. Any density requirements should restrict the spread of STRs, not give them room to expand. Weak regulations are undermined by weaker enforcement. Watering down necessary restrictions on STRs will only delay city agencies tasked with enforcing compliance. Clear regulations on STRs citywide will allow understaffed departments to take swift actions in adjudicating, levying fines, and delisting. An outright ban is the clearest regulation. STRs hurt communities across the city. As socialists, we know that capitalism is killing our city with increased housing costs, evictions, and the loss of neighborhoods' cultural heritage. Let's be clear, policies that allow Airbnbs to proliferate are austerity politics wrapped up in the entrepreneurial clothing. The displacement of people, predominantly working class Black renters, brought on by STRs ensures that the city does not have to spend money on their families and children in the future. STRs drive gentrification, replacing displaced New Orleanians with a wealthier, whiter constituency. If we want people to live here, especially working class people who are making New Orleans the New Orleans we love, it's time to ban STRs outright. And Nathan Denoli comments, so many of the problems and solutions regarding the health of our community come down to housing policy. STRs do more harm than good, and I support any policy that tempers them. And finally, Shannon Cipher, short-term rentals have no place in New Orleans. Resident workers and families should not be displaced by rising housing costs caused by short-term rentals, especially when so much of the economy in NOLA now depends on tourists staying at hotels. When we see a rising unhoused population, know that Airbnbs are a huge driver of this avoidable tragedy. Regulate this exploitative industry out of existence for the good of our city.
Thank you. Just for the record, if your comment was not read, it will be added to the official record. If your comment was not read in its entirety, it will be added to the complete record. Before we get to conversations on the amendments, I want to make a comment on amendment in particular, which would be the signage. I have heard the concerns of Ms. Green, Ms. Lodrig, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Baylock, and Ms. Lewis. And I do think there's an opportunity for compromise here, so I'm not going to move forward on the amendment at this time. I think talking to my colleagues up here, the QR code language is certainly something that could be a great compromise. Part of Council Vice President Helena Moreno's code ordinance includes a forward-facing dashboard. And so there might be an opportunity, rather than having people's personal information listed, to have a QR code linking to the dashboard, which would have the person's information if someone wants to seek it in that way, that would not have it easily and readily available. There are many cities that do have signage out front. I do think it's important to look at our current circumstances, and many of those cities that have those signs out front do not have the crime situation that we have. And I do think I hear your concerns on safety. I hear your concerns there. And I think that though the current signage, which is just the permit, is not adequate, I think there's an opportunity for a compromise there. I'm going to take a pause on that and look back at it and see if we can work that out in a way that addresses security concerns. So just so you know, that will be another amendment that will be withdrawn. I will come back with something that is much more palatable for people, that will give those individuals who want to make sure that the Airbnbs and VRBOs in their neighborhoods are legitimate, but at the same time protect people's privacy and not have it necessarily out there for the wrong people to have. So I know Councilman Moreno, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned the code ordinance that I'll be authoring, and I'll say this, that has really the majority of the restrictions and the neighborhood protections, along with specific penalties, a lot outlined in that, that I'll make sure to distribute to the public very timely. But back to the zoning motion that's under consideration now, and let me be clear, and some of you all have worked with me on STR issues for many, many years, even going back to my time in the Louisiana legislature. And I've always taken a very hard stance around STRs, because I always thought that it was really just large corporations just making a ton of money off of the STRs. And really like infiltrating our neighborhoods. And I still, believe that is partly true, but I have also learned a lot, and I've learned a lot from individual homeowners, some of them who are here today, who are renting out a room, who are renting out a portion of their home because they need to make ends meet. And based on the fact of what our housing prices are, insurance, you name it, it's certainly, becoming so impossible for many people to continue to live in our beautiful city. So I am, very conflicted. I certainly see both sides. And those of you who have worked with me for quite some time know that I always try to find some type of compromise. Mr. Rivers, come on up. I have a couple questions for you. We have been in this zoning motion, we've been talking about, block face restrictions. We've also been talking about even tougher restrictions on that, on square block restrictions. And, you know, there's opposing sides of each. I'm wondering if there's an even more middle ground here, or an even better compromise here. Myself and Councilmember King were talking about the potential of what if we did one per block. So right in the middle of block face and one per square block. So Mr. Rivers, is this a possibility to be able to even come to a further compromise on one per block? Is that a possibility?
So, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the way we looked at it is the old regulations, you know, the limitation was homestead exemption. So anyone in the city who had a homestead exemption could apply for and receive a permit. Thousands and thousands and thousands of homestead exemptions in the city were eligible. So that was the universe of possibility. We ended up with a, you know, number roughly around, I think it's 2,000 that were legally permitted. Another couple thousand that were not. But I think in looking at where we go with new regulations, and looking at, you know, specifically at density limitations, we looked at a whole array of different possibilities, from a citywide cap to a councilmanic district cap to block face restrictions, to block restrictions, to square restrictions, to one per block face, to two per block face, to one per block for two per block. So the whole gamut. I think the issues that we came down to was, one was as much as we were cognizant of the litigation and making sure that we are not perpetuating a privilege and people's, you know, having a privilege that was unconstitutionally granted according to the Fifth Circuit, but looking at the impact on current license holders. And so, you know, going to one per block face, we plotted out on a map, you know, here are the current licenses, and in these blocks, there are going to be conflicts because there are three licenses on this block and there's only going to be one going forward. So in every scenario that we looked at, there was that reality that there was going to be winners and there was going to be losers, as Councilmember Morrell said. So in looking at how to do density limitations, it's really looking at the numbers and looking at how you all want to mitigate the winners and losers. But in terms of a land use perspective, limiting density, you know, the more restrictive the density limitations are, the fewer you're going to get in a geographic area. And that's kind of how we looked at it.
You talked about the winners and the losers, and, you know, obviously there's going to have to be some type of lottery system. So with that being said, the CPC report does talk about the availability for limited exceptions to allow for STRs to be granted under certain criteria. Tell me a little bit about that.
Sure. And this was one of those things that, you know, the time frame that we had to work with and study, you know, the motion included everything about short-term regulations that existed. So, you know, in the past, when we looked at short-term rental regulations, we had months to look at it. We didn't at this time. So one of the things that we did talk about was, and we heard a lot of comments about a one size fits all, and that there are circumstances that in some circumstances, it may be okay to have more than one per block face or whatever the limitation was. And so the idea of a relief valve, it's been called, exceptions, it's been called, but some way of having a criteria available that applications could, you know, those, you know, let's say there's a lottery and one property gets the license under that lottery. If there are other circumstances where somebody was unable to get one because somebody else got one, but those were, there were criteria established that particular applicant met, then maybe it would be okay to grant exceptions to that. And I think underlying all of this is the understanding that what we proposed was that instead of having a permanent entitlement as a, you know, the residential would have been a permanent entitlement, but for the Fifth Circuit. But we get to have a reset by redoing the regulations, and we recommend having a temporary permit for the new non-commercial residential. So there's a lot more flexibility, a lot more leverage that the city has to correct things when things go, when things aren't working as initially anticipated. So having a relief valve for a temporary solution, for a temporary permit, that can be walked back very easily if that situation doesn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there was going to be some type of special exception, I'm happy to work on it to see if we can add it to the ordinance piece that includes neighborhood buy-in. I mean, and talking to Ms. Lewis, who was one of our final speakers, there's others on her block. She knows she's very certain that her neighbors would very much support her in keeping her STR. For some reason, she did not get the lottery. She's not sure they'd support the others, but because they're corporate owned at this time. But I think if there was a way to ensure, that there's neighborhood input, neighborhood buy-in, your neighbors have your back, your neighbors want you there, they understand why you're doing an STR. I think that meeting that type of criteria for the exception could be workable, and that's something I'm definitely going to be looking into and working on. Adam, I have a quick question for you. Adam, I just want to make sure that, there's obviously the motion says block face. We have an amendment for block square, but it's really on that final ordinance when we pass that as to what's going to be determined, whether it's going to be block face, block, which I'm going to look into, or block square. Is that correct?
So we need to make sure that the motion and the ordinance we introduce today match. But between the time of introduction, if there's a desire to amend the numbers or try and come up with some sort of compromise, there is that opportunity to amend it when the ordinance comes up for final passage on the 23rd.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, on the dais right now, if it's going to be changed to, potentially block and that is an amendment that has not been introduced. How would that work?
Well, I think we need to talk about it. What we would want to do, first of all, block in the CZO is defined to mean the same thing as a square. So we'll need to talk about that language. I think what we would need to do is recess so that we could come up with some language and at least have the spirit of the motion reflected in whatever instrument is put down for first read, and then we would have to perhaps tweak it later.
I just want to clarify that, Adam, I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, on block would be the two block faces. It wouldn't be the entire square.
I understand. I'm just saying in the CZO definition of block is square. So we just need to work that detail out and we need a little bit of time to sit down and.
All right, well, let's take, I know that there's other members who want to speak, so I'll go ahead and waive for now and come back. Well, why don't you, after they talk, and then we'll see if we need it.
Why don't we do this? We have three members that would like to speak. While those three members are speaking, why don't we have staff meet with Councilmember Moreno and see if there is a language that can be worked out that would satisfy her concern. In the interim, why don't we have members here speak who are in order? Mr. Green.
I just want to make it clear, no matter what the language is, I'm proposing that the number of short-term rentals per square, which is pretty easy to define as far as I am concerned, and exists in city language, be limited to one. If the council wishes to vote on exceptions beyond that, then the exceptions is a totally different category. What we have right now is an ordinance, is a proposed bit of legislation that identifies the limit per block. For example, in the Pontchartrain Park community, per block could mean 40 to 50. Yes, I am asking for an additional restriction, which is per quarter. However, we want to discuss that, and I'm going to ask Mr. Rivers to come back, because now that the public is seeing this, is confusing to me also. The word block, the word block face, the word square Could you talk about those three particular words so that the public understands what we're talking about?
Sure.
Using a specific example, if you wish, the Pontchartrain Park community, Prentice by Press, by Mendez, by Piety.
Sure. And I want to apologize. Adam was correct.
Well, no, I'm using a specific example. That's why I asked.
Let me just say it. Adam was correct and I was incorrect.
Okay,
The
that's
definition,
fine.
square and block are interchangeable. The face of each of those, if you're assuming that it's a rectangular shape, each side of that would be the block face.
Right. So the difference here is the word block face versus block.
Correct.
The word square, how does that fit into city vernacular?
So the square and the block, I mean, the definition, as Adam said in the
Right.
CZO, is a block is a square.
I'm just having you say it on the record at the end of the day, because this legislation
I
has been in and
apologize
it
for
hasn't been
confusion.
corrected. So if we need to change the word to, from square to block, I'm okay. Everybody needs to understand that. Well, I'm just saying the word square, it doesn't seem that it exists in city vernacular. I mean, at the end of the day, but that's fine. I want to keep the word square.
And
But I don't want it to be challenged by law, saying that it doesn't exist under city regulations. No, I know it is.
Mr. Druso.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Green, you're getting to a point that I'm struggling with is to normal convention, block face and block may be interchangeable, but they're not. Block and square face mean the same thing as a matter of law. And what Councilmember Moreno is suggesting is something that is less than square face, as I understand it. And because of that, I'm not prepared to vote on that today. I feel like we have things that have been before the council that we've told the public about. The chambers have been cleared out. We have a meeting on the 14th. We have a meeting on the 23rd. And I'm sorry, Mr. Rivers, I'm sorry to Bob or Ashley. I mean, can anybody answer just for today? If we allowed one STR per block face, does anybody know how many short-term rental licenses that would be? No, that's Jane's place, and I appreciate the fact that you've done it, but I want the city answer to that.
Well, and I want to say something really clear. When it comes to the zoning motion, it has to happen today.
Yo, I get that.
So the zoning motion has to happen today, because if it does not happen today, we will not have the layover period before the end of March and not be in licensed this circuit. Now, as far as the code ordinance and the other instruments, those have a lengthier period, but this is the last day to do the zoning motion, just so the public is aware.
Council President, you make a good point. I am prepared to vote on the instruments that have been distributed and talked about as of this morning, including the motion, all the prepared amendments.
That I appreciate, and I think everyone hears your concern on
Right.
that.
My concern is this new proposed amendment that the public has just become aware of. All right. So Mr. Rivers, I'm sorry. If we voted for how many STRs by block face, do you know how many that would be total?
So I couldn't tell you the number of STRs. What I can tell you, and looking for the email because the question came up this morning, there are over 10,000 squares in the city of New Orleans.
Right.
If that's what you wish.
And there are approximately 27,000 block faces in the city of New Orleans.
So if we went to one per block, and I hate to make both of us do math because I went to law school to avoid all of that, you would just have the 27,000 block faces to get to.
I'm sorry, I think and I really apologize again for confusing the issue on the definition of a block.
Well, again, I think I'm not using the CZO definition because I understand the CZO definition to be what Councilmember Green is proposing, which is square face. I think what Councilmember Moreno is proposing is the 5,700, or let's say the 1,300 block of Perdido is a block. The 1,400 block of Perdido is a block. So the common usage of block as opposed to the CZO
Well, I think
definition.
unless you amend the definition, you'd be stuck with the definition that's. in the-
I think that's probably what the wrangling is.
Yeah.
May I ask one more question while you're up here too? And I mean, I think this notion of what happens in the future. And I've been very concerned about the lottery. I mean, I worry about the lottery and how that's going to work. Is the release valve a conditional use process? Is there some other process? What is being envisioned as this potential optionality?
Sure. I think it's, for lack of a better word, conditional use light,
Okay,
because a conditional use by law creates a permanent entitlement. And we
right.
wanted to make sure that we are staying with a temporary use permit
Got it.
at the end of the day. So it would have to be a new type of process that is based upon, specific criteria of what are going to be acceptable alternatives to the one, to the limitation that is ultimately adopted. So the things we've talked about were, if it's, the number of bedrooms, if it was what used to be a partial as opposed to a whole home. If it was a largely commercial area that just had a residential designation. Basically factors that identified scenarios where an additional license on a block face would not be problematic.
So in other words, we'll be creating a slightly new regime that is more than permitted, but less than conditional use.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you very much, Joe. I appreciate it.
Do you want to talk now? Okay, so Mr. Thomas, do you want to speak now? Or you want to wait a sec? Okay, so Mr. King.
Thank you, Council President. Well, I think we all know that if enforcement was better, we wouldn't be here right now. And that's one thing we all can agree upon. I think another thing we can agree upon is the fact that people are against whole home short-term rentals at an event, what's my train of thought? What's the word called? Town hall meeting we had in Tremaine. It was very clear, no matter what side of this argument you were on, that the whole homes rentals was a big issue. A lot of people said, the mom and pops, the single parents or whoever it is, rent out a room. It's not the big issue. And I heard that again today. I've heard you want to protect the mom and pops. You want to protect the marginalized people who have Airbnbs. And I think that historically in this country, the most marginalized people are African-American women. And I saw several African-American women today come up and say that I have a Airbnb or short-term rental, and that's how I supplement my income. I also heard that people who are concerned about the safety concerns of signs. I tend to agree with that as well. And one thing I hear often is we want to make this fair and equitable, but that seems to be the murky part. What is fair and equitable? I think depending on which side of this coin you're on, that's fair and equitable. But for myself, I have a hard time saying it's not. I have a hard time saying it's fair to say that you can't rent out a room if you so choose to do that. I don't know how, if renting out a room would reduce the affordable housing in the city. Quite frankly, at this time, I don't know what affordable housing means in the city of New Orleans. But I just want to give people the opportunity to rent out a room or a room in their house that they live in. I think personally for me, representing a district that you have a little bit of everything. You have people who don't want them at all. You have people who don't want to cap at all. You have people that want to do a little bit of everything. I think finding a way, there's a lot of conversation going on, finding a way to have it that you are able to rent a room out to subsidize your income is the fair and equitable thing to do. And I realize right now there's an argument or conversation about what is a square, what is a block, what is a block face. And I think that's what we seem to be hung up on right now. So moving forward, that's what I'm going to think about. What is the fair, equitable way to make sure that there are no people or as few as people left behind with the opportunity to make side income or subsidize their income.
I think you should probably let Councilman Moreno go first with her update and
Okay.
then Ms. Harris. you-
After talking to council attorneys, there is potential room for a compromise, although it's not going to be able to be done today. The reason for that is, one, we need to do a little bit more research on it. Number two, once we do the motion and the ordinance, down the road, we can still amend the ordinance. So I'm still willing to work on this particular compromise between block square and block face. Hopefully that compromise exists. And then most importantly, though, continuing to work with staff to figure out that special exemption so that we can protect individuals like those that we heard from today, those who are renting a room or part of their home so that they can keep their homes. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Thomas, then Councilman Harris. Appreciate your patience.
No, thank you. No, first of all, thank you. I want to thank everybody who participated in this discussion. But I also want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Morel, for taking on a no-win situation and trying to work it out in the best interest of our community. I want to thank our attorneys, I think, who gave us some sound advice that if we stick to that advice, at least the Fifth Circuit may not be as involved with us as we are in the future, even though in one of our executive sessions, Councilmember Morel, you reminded us that we would probably be dealing with this again in the future. This is extremely painful for Councilmember Harris and Councilmember King. The issue kind of dominates the district. But I'm reminded of a conversation that Matthew and I had from Fair Housing, where I taking a look at our city and our city's history, right? First of all, if we had a real housing plan, we wouldn't be here. First of all, if we had a real affordable housing plan, we wouldn't be here with this discussion. But as I study this issue, you don't want to impede on folks' economic rights, right? There are people who have found a way to pay rising rents and rising insurance costs. And at some point, our legislature, our country, and our community are going to have to come to terms with that. But Matthew, since our conversation, as I've studied this issue and I've studied our population, what I think every community wants to go do is grow. And if you're not growing, you're dying. So in 1960, we had 627,000 people, 390,000 people in 2015, 391,000 in 2017, and today, 376,000 people. So we've had this issue and it's been growing, but it hasn't caused growth within the city. And for too often in the city, we've relied on the tourism economy that hasn't grown our city, hasn't enriched our residents, and it hasn't enriched the population that is that's in some of our most dire need. That is single Black women and single women who look for shelter and who raise their families. So for some kind of way, we got to come up with a formula where New Orleans doesn't continue to lose population. And we're losing population right now. So however we're dealing with housing isn't the right way. And let me say this, kudos to this council for at least wanting to take it on, but visitors aren't the answer. It doesn't mean that we don't welcome our visitors. It doesn't mean that they're not important, but the only way to stabilize this city is to get it where people want to stay here, work here, and be able to afford to live here. This is our greatest test moving forward. Thank you, Councilmember Morel. Thank you, Councilmember Harrison King. I know it's painful, but if we don't figure this out, at some point, if the numbers keep going the right way, the population continues to go down.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Council President Morel, Councilmember Thomas. You took the words out of my mouth. District B has the most STRs, followed by District C. And so this is, as you say, extremely painful for Councilmember King and myself, because we are trying to temper economic development with protecting neighborhoods, protecting our neighbors. I said that at the start. What I tried to do, and what I think Councilmember Jeruso tried to do in authoring the main motion, was follow the CPC report to follow what our experts have advised. And so I wonder if our experts can advise on what other cities do as far as block face, what other cities do on a quote unquote relief valve. And so taking this time to actually see what other cities do, so we're not recreating things out of whole cloth yet again. I think that's going to be important. So, you know, I commend CPC for taking this on. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. And I think that ultimately, and I'm looking at this Jane's Place memo that I got this morning, ultimately, what we're also going to have to do is look at enforcement. Because if you look at the Lower Garden District, there are 115 legal permits, but there are 338 listings on Airbnb. I referenced this earlier. In Central City, there are 164 permits, but there are 521 listings on Airbnb. So what we tried to do earlier this past year was to increase the resources for enforcement. And I'm hopeful that with those additional resources that we can get these illegal Airbnbs out of our system, that we can have people who are neighbors renting their homes to tourists, to people who want to visit and who want to love our city. But I think it's going to take all of us to really pull together. So I want to thank the audience for sticking with us. We've been here for about, I don't know how many hours. Mr. Burnside, how many hours is it? All right, we've been here for 4 hours, but this is an ongoing conversation. And I look forward to working with everybody on it. As far as density, I am, you know, with Council Vice President Moreno, I tried to, again, take the recommendation of CPC. I also looked at Square. I don't know if we can do some compromise within that, but I'm happy to take a look at it, happy to look at the relief valve. But I do think we need to model on other cities like Charleston, like Savannah, where they have both a historic neighborhood and neighborhoods and neighbors and economic development. To Council Member Thomas's point, we have guts for development here in New Orleans. And so, you know, we do rely heavily on tourism, but again, we have to protect our neighbors. We have to protect our communities. We have to especially protect our Black and Indigenous communities here in New Orleans. So thanks for everyone for working on this. Thank you to my staff. And I guess we'll see what happens.
Councilman King.
Thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't say want to protect everyone that Councilmember Harris mentioned. And I want to add and emphasize that I do see the importance of having some type of restriction in neighborhoods. I've walked by water, I've walked Marigny. And what I think happened to Treme is criminal. You have blocks of no residents, just keypads on the front door or a lockbox on the front gate. So that there are no winners. You want to make it's tough. This is tough, but I think with the right counsel to get to the best conclusion for the city as a whole. Thank you.
Before we get to the votes on the amendments, I think at this point it's only one amendment.
I still had a comment.
Okay, Mr. Green, go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to just kind of emphasize what Councilman Thomas has said, but to say this, it is a very difficult issue. And like I said, I've had many meetings since the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling. And I think that neighbors have a right to be able to build their neighborhoods of people who live there. But I will also say this, we've been looking at this issue for a while and our population has not been growing as we make more units available. Just as Councilman King mentioned right now, there are some neighborhoods that because of this industry, and I'm not blasting this industry, have large amounts of vacant properties that are being used on weekends and for special holidays, but it's not helping to grow our population. So just in general, as we grow our population, we need to look at the strength of the neighborhoods and what they are doing by getting stronger to help our population grow. There are some neighborhoods that really are growing, and those are the stronger neighborhoods where people live in them. They participate in the homeowners associations. They participate by going to the parks. They have the musicals and things like that. Those are the neighborhoods. And yes, a few of them are in District D, and I'm proud of that fact. But if you look at growth in neighborhoods, it's neighborhoods where people are feeling very comfortable putting their $250,000 to $350,000 investments in place because they have neighbors and they have resources around. That's just a general comment. I know how difficult an issue it is, But I think that the limitation that has been proposed, that in my amendment that is supported by two other council members, is something that moves us forward. I won't say that there won't be discussion in the future, but I think our neighbors deserve that. And those who put those big dollars into their residential developments deserve that too.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Before we get to the final vote on, I think at this point, there's only one amendment that's under consideration versus the original amendment as filed. I want to make some very brief comments. The first is I appreciate everyone in the audience and those who are watching for being here today. I want to reiterate that this is how a city council is supposed to operate. We're supposed to put everything that we're doing out in the public. We are supposed to receive comment on what we're doing, and we're supposed to take that input and incorporate it into our deliberations. I want to reiterate, today is the first of 3 meetings. Though there has been a tremendous amount of focus on the zoning motion, I would argue, and I think my colleagues would agree, the actual ordinance, the CZO, and the other ordinances that are being done are more important because those talk about increased enforcement. Those talk about things like contemplating a 3 strike and you're out policy or a 1 strike and you're out for a whole home. Those are the things that are really going to show that the tenor of the city towards regulating short-term rentals has definitively changed. I think that rather than operating from a position as previous councils have of we're going to operate under the assumption that everyone's going to operate properly, I think what you're going to see is it's more of a trust but verify in that based upon the behavior of people in the past, we almost have to operate from the opposite end of the spectrum, which is because there are so many violations, because there are so many illegal STRs, as a council, we have to establish the precedent of we are coming to review every single one of them. We are going to put real bans on property, not on permits, not on people who are holding the permit. If you have your STR yanked, it will be a ban on the property to be an STR. We've known all the tricks. The trick of the reason why everybody's in agreement, no more LLCs, natural persons, is because when safety and permits finally does their job, they just pass the property to someone else or create a new LLC. So today we're dealing with one aspect, which is a significant aspect of this conversation. The next 2 meetings are just as important, if not more so, because it will establish what is the new actual regime for regulating short-term rentals. So I appreciate all the engagement today, but we're not done, and this is an ongoing process. And I appreciate all of my colleagues and all of our staffs because we all initially thought coming in office, we would have a tremendous amount of time, at least a year, to delve into this issue. And due to a lovely group of people from the Fifth Circuit, we were put on a timeline that was very restrictive. And we are working diligently with the hand of cards we've been dealt. So thank you. At this time, Madam Clerk, I think it's appropriate to go to the motions and the votes.
Okay, so the first amendment by Councilmember Morrell is withdrawn. The second amendment by Councilmember Morrell. The third amendment. Wait, no, not the third. The third amendment has Councilmember Green, Thomas, and Jerusalem.
In my it was third too.
Okay. So I make, what would you like me to do, Mr. Chair?
Move in second.
Right, I'd like to move for approval of amendment. I'll call it number 3, since it's in that order, the one that I introduced.
Move in second.
Is there a second?
I second.
I think it's important for the machine to work on this. Let's wait for the machine to work. It's locked up.
You want to, no, it's locked up, but it's been moved in.
Here's what we're gonna do, Madam Clerk. We're gonna do a voice vote. So Mr. Green has moved,
I
Mr.
second.
Thomas has seconded. We will do a roll call vote, go down the
It's working
line.
now.
No, still not working.
Locked up again.
All right.
There we go. Now it's up.
Okay, now there you go.
4 yeas and
Mr.
3
Chair,
nays.
4 yeas, 3 nays. Thank you very much, council members, for your support of that amendment.
All right, on the underlying motion. As amended.
Wait. Oh, four is with-
It's withdrawn.
okay. Now, we can vote on the motion M 2384 as amended. Harris moved, Councilmember Jeruso, Councilmember Harris moved, Councilmember Jeruso second.
Seven yeas, no nays. The zoning motion is passed as amended. I believe we need a brief.
Already done.
Okay, you're already done? All right, well then let's go. So we have the introduction of the first reads.
Yes, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances.
I will move for suspension, seconded by Vice President Moreno. All in favor? It is unanimous. Ordinance on first reading.
Ordinance on first reading, calendar number 34,082 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 26-613, 20-26-614, 26-615, 26-616, 26-617, 26-618, 26-619, 26-620, 26-623, 26-624, 26-625, 26-628, 26 and 26-629 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to ordain section 26-630 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to short-term rentals to establish application procedures, permit types and fees, operating regulations, enforcement perimeters, penalties, and to provide for an effective date to provide otherwise with respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,083 by Councilmember Harrison and Jeruso. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 20, 21, 22, and 26 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to modify the residential short-term rental regulations to bring them into compliance with the decision of the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, which determined the homestead exemption requirements to be unconstitutional and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Zoning docket number 223. This concludes ordinance on first reading.
Second, Green.
All in favor? It's
Aye.
unanimous.
Aye.
We're adjourned.